Hello everyone, and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I still get chills thinking about that night. It was 3 years ago, but I swear I can still hear Danny's voice shaking in the darkness, asking that question that's haunted me ever since. See, this whole thing started when I got a job at the warehouse downtown. Nothing fancy, just loading and unloading trucks. But the pay was decent, and my coworker Danny turned out to be a pretty cool guy. Danny was one of those people you immediately click with, you know? We'd spend our lunch breaks talking about everything. Sports, movies, complaining about our supervisor who had it out for anyone under 30. He had this easy laugh and was always cracking jokes to make the 8-hour shifts go by faster. But there was this one thing that always made him go quiet. Whenever family came up in conversation, he'd get this distant look in his eyes. I met Clara at Danny's family barbecue that summer. Danny had invited me over for the 4th of July, and I was expecting the usual family gathering. Kids running around with sparklers, uncles arguing over the grill, that kind of thing. But Clara stood out immediately, and not in a good way. She was 19 then, same age as me, but she carried herself like someone much older. Or maybe not older, just different. While everyone else was laughing and drinking beers in the backyard, Clara stayed on the edges, always smoking those cheap cigarettes that smell like burning paper. She had this way of looking at people that made your skin crawl, like she was seeing something about you that you didn't even know about yourself. I tried talking to her once that day. Danny had mentioned she was studying art at the community college, so I figured that might be a safe topic. But when I walked over and asked about her classes, she just stared at me for the longest time. Her eyes were this pale green color, almost gray, and they seemed to look right through me. Finally, she took a long drag from her cigarette and said, "You worry too much about things that don't matter." I hadn't even told her I was worried about anything. I just asked about art school. But something about the way she said it, so matter-of-fact, made me feel like she'd just read my diary. I mumbled something about catching up with Danny and got out of there fast. The whole rest of the barbecue, I kept catching her watching people. Not in a social way, but like she was studying them. She'd focus on someone for a few minutes, her head tilted slightly to one side, and then she'd look away and take another drag. It was unsettling as hell. Danny noticed me avoiding her and later pulled me aside. "Yeah, Clara's always been weird like that," he said, but there was something in his voice that sounded almost scared. "She's been through some stuff. Lost both parents in a car crash when she was 16. My aunt took her in, but she's never been the same since." That explained some of it, I guess. Trauma can mess people up in all kinds of ways, but there was something else about Clara that went beyond grief. She felt tuned into a different frequency than the rest of us, like she was receiving signals we couldn't hear. I saw her a few more times over the next months at family gatherings. She was always the same, distant, smoking, watching. Danny's family seemed used to it by then. They'd include her in conversations but didn't seem surprised when she barely responded. His aunt would occasionally try to draw her out, asking about school or if she wanted to help with dinner. But Clara would just shake her head and drift back to wherever she'd been standing before. The last time I saw Clara alive was at Danny's cousin's birthday party in September. It was held at this community center with a big room and fold-out tables everywhere. Clara was in her usual spot by the exit, cigarette in hand, but she seemed more agitated than usual. She kept shifting her weight from foot to foot and muttering under her breath. I was getting a soda from the cooler when I heard her voice rise slightly. She was talking to Danny's Uncle Mark, who'd apparently said something about her needing to snap out of it and rejoin the living. I only caught the tail end of Clara's response, but her voice had this cold, flat quality that made everyone nearby stop talking. Some people think they know everything, she was saying, staring directly at Mark, but they don't see what's coming. They never do. Mark laughed it off, but I noticed he found an excuse to go talk to someone else pretty quickly after that. Clara finished her cigarette and left early, like she always did. That was the last time any of us saw her. Danny called me at work 3 weeks later. I could hear in his voice immediately that something was wrong. He was whispering, which was weird because he usually talked loud enough for half the warehouse to hear him. "Clara killed herself last night," he said without any build-up. "She jumped in front of the midnight freight train out on County Road 12. I felt like someone had punched me in the stomach. I mean, I hadn't known Clara well, but she was only 19, and despite how strange she'd always seemed, the idea of her just ending it like that was horrible. "Oh God, Danny, I'm so sorry," I started to say, but he cut me off. "There's something else," he said. "Something I need to tell someone, but I can't tell family. Can you meet me after work? Please." Audrey, we met at the diner on 5th Street, the one that stays open all night and serves coffee that tastes like it's been sitting in the pot since morning. Danny looked like he hadn't slept at all. His eyes were red, and he kept rubbing his hands on his jeans like he was trying to wipe something off them. "There was a note," he said as soon as I sat down. "The police didn't release details, but my aunt told me what it said. It was just one line: 'I can't watch anymore.'" "Watch what?" I asked. That's when Danny told me about the things Clara used to say. Apparently, it had been going on for years, but the family had written it off as her being morbid or attention-seeking because of the trauma from losing her parents. "She'd get mad at people," Danny said, stirring sugar into his coffee with shaking hands. "Not screaming mad, just this cold, quiet angry. And she'd mutter these things under her breath. Predictions, I guess you'd call them." He told me about Clara's ex-boyfriend from high school, a guy named Trevor, who'd cheated on her with her best friend. Clara had found out at a party, and instead of making a scene, she just walked up to Trevor, looked him right in the eye, and said very quietly, "You won't make it to graduation." Trevor had laughed it off. Everyone had. But 2 months later, he was working on his car in his parents' garage when the jack slipped and the car crushed him. He died instantly. "Could have been a coincidence," Danny said, but his voice made it clear he didn't believe that, except there were other things. He told me about Clara's chemistry teacher, Mrs. Henderson, who'd given Clara a failing grade on a project Clara had actually turned in on time. Clara had stayed after class and said something to Mrs. Henderson that made the teacher go pale. A student in the hallway heard Clara say, "People like you don't last long." Mrs. Henderson had a heart attack 3 weeks later. She was only 38 years old and had no history of heart problems. "The family started noticing the pattern," Danny continued, "but nobody wanted to talk about it because it sounded crazy. Like, what were we supposed to do? Tell people our teenage relative was cursing them to death? I wanted to argue, to say it really was just coincidence, but something about the way Danny was telling it made the hair on my arms stand up. He had more examples, a lot more. There was the cashier at the grocery store who'd been rude to Clara, told her she couldn't return her item without a receipt, even though Clara insisted she'd bought it there the day before. Clara had leaned across the counter and whispered something that made the cashier step backwards. The woman died in a car accident on her way home from work that night. There was Clara's guidance counselor at school, who'd refused to let Clara drop a class she was failing. Clara had sat in his office and said very calmly, "You should be more careful about your health." He had a stroke 2 days later. But the worst one, Danny said, and I could see his hand starting to shake again, was what happened at Jake's party last spring. Jake was Danny's younger brother, and he'd thrown a big graduation party at their family's property outside town. It was one of those parties where half the school shows up, with bonfires and beer, and everyone pretending they're way cooler than they actually are. Clara had come, which was unusual because she typically avoided large gatherings. But she'd shown up around 9 p.m., looking more agitated than anyone had ever seen her. She kept walking from group to group, not talking to anyone, but listening to their conversations with that intense focus she had. She was like a storm cloud moving through the party, Danny said. People would be laughing and having a good time, and then she'd drift over, and suddenly everyone would get quiet and uncomfortable. The party went on until late, with people gradually filtering out as parents called or designated drivers decided they'd had enough. By midnight, there were maybe 20 people left, most of them gathered around the main bonfire telling ghost stories and trying to scare each other. That's when Clara appeared at the edge of the firelight. She'd been quiet all evening, but suddenly she was there, staring into the flames with this expression that Danny described as empty, but not in a sad way. Empty like a house where something bad happened, and nobody wants to live there anymore. Someone had been telling a story about the abandoned psychiatric hospital on the other side of the county, really hamming it up with dramatic pauses and spooky voice effects. When they finished, there was that moment of nervous laughter that always follows a good, scary story. But Clara didn't laugh. She just kept staring into the fire, and gradually everyone went quiet because there was something about her stillness that was more unsettling than any ghost story. Finally, Jake tried to lighten the mood. "Come on, Clara," he said. "Your turn. You must have a good, scary story." Clara looked up from the fire, and her pale green eyes reflected the flames in a way that made several people shift uncomfortably in their camping chairs. She looked around the circle slowly, making eye contact with each person, and then she spoke in that flat, emotionless voice she used when she was angry. "All of you sitting here acting like you're so alive," she said, "telling stories about dead people like it's entertainment. But you don't understand anything about death. You think it's something that happens to other people, something far away that you can make jokes about." The silence stretched out so long that people started glancing at each other, wondering if someone should say something. But there was something about Clara's presence that made speaking feel impossible, like the air itself had gotten thicker. "You should be more careful," she continued, still looking around the circle. "All of you. Because death isn't a story. It's not entertainment. And it's closer than you think." Then she stood up and walked to the very edge of the firelight, where the darkness started. She lit another cigarette, and in the brief flare of the lighter, her face looked different, older, sadder, but also somehow final, like she'd made a decision about something. She took a long drag and said just loud enough for everyone to hear, "Everyone here should just disappear. Not everyone here should go home, or this party should end." She said disappear, like she was talking about erasing people entirely. After that, people started making excuses to leave. The party broke up within 20 minutes, which was probably a record for Jake's gatherings. Clara had already left by then, walking into the darkness toward the road without saying goodbye to anyone. "At the time, we all just figured she was being dramatic," Danny said, draining his coffee cup. "Clara being Clara, you know. Weird and morbid, and trying to freak people out." But over the next year, the people who'd been at that bonfire started dying. First was Michelle Rodriguez, a girl from Clara's art class who'd been making out with her boyfriend on a blanket near the fire. She overdosed at a party 6 weeks later. The police said it looked accidental. She'd taken some pills that had been cut with fentanyl, and she probably didn't know how dangerous they were. Then it was Connor Walsh, who'd been the one telling the ghost story when Clara showed up. He died in January when his car hit black ice and went off the road into the river. He was driving alone, coming back from a basketball game at the community college. They said he probably died on impact. In March, it was Sarah Kim. She'd been sitting directly across the fire from Clara, and Danny remembered her laughing nervously when Clara talked about death being closer than we think. Sarah had an allergic reaction to something at a restaurant. She was alone, had forgotten her EpiPen, and by the time the paramedics arrived, it was too late. The fourth death was Tommy Brennan in August. He'd been roasting marshmallows next to Jake when Clara made her comment about everyone disappearing. Tommy was working construction for the summer, and a scaffold collapsed while he was on it. OSHA investigated and found multiple safety violations, but that didn't bring Tommy back. 4 people, Danny said, and his voice was barely above a whisper now. 4 people from that bonfire, all dead within a year, and Clara had killed herself 3 months after the party. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to point out that young people die in accidents and from overdoses more often than we like to think about. That correlation isn't causation. That Clara had been a troubled girl dealing with trauma, not some kind of psychic predictor of doom. But another part of me remembered the way Clara had looked at people. That intensity, like she was seeing something the rest of us couldn't. And Danny's fear was real, whatever was causing it. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. Danny looked around the empty diner, even though we were the only customers and the waitress was in the kitchen. When he spoke, his voice was so quiet, I had to lean across the table to hear him. "Because I was there that night too," he said, "at the bonfire, when she said everyone should disappear. The implications hit me like ice water. If Clara really had been predicting deaths, and if everyone at that bonfire was somehow marked, then Danny was still in danger." "But it's been over a year since Tommy died," I said, trying to sound rational. "Maybe it's over. Maybe it was all just coincidence," Danny finished. "That's what I've been telling myself." But then I started thinking about what she actually said. He pulled a napkin from the dispenser and started tearing it into small pieces, not looking at me. She said, "Everyone here should just disappear. Everyone here, not some people or these people or even you people. Everyone, as in all of us." The diner suddenly felt too cold, and I realized I was holding my breath. "How many people were still there when she said it?" I asked. Danny's hands stopped moving, the torn napkin pieces scattered across the table between us. "I've been trying to remember exactly," he said. "Some people had already left and some were passed out drunk or wandering around in the dark. But sitting around that fire when she spoke, I think it was 6 people. Michelle, Connor, Sarah, Tommy." I counted on my fingers. "That's 4. And me," Danny said. "And?" Danny looked up at me for the first time since we'd started talking about the deaths. His eyes were wide with a kind of terror I'd never seen before. "And Jake," he said, "my little brother Jake." We sat there in silence while the implications sank in. If Clara really had been cursing people, if the deaths weren't coincidences, then Danny and his brother were the only 2 left. "Have you talked to Jake about this?" I asked. "How do you bring that up?" Danny laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Hey, little brother, remember that weird girl who killed herself? Well, I think she might have cursed us all to die, and you're next on the list." I could see his point. It sounded insane when put that bluntly, but sitting there in that empty diner at 11 p.m., with the fluorescent lights flickering and the wind rattling the windows, it didn't feel insane. It felt terrifyingly possible. Danny paid for the coffee, and we walked out to our cars together. The parking lot was empty except for our vehicles and one other car that probably belonged to the waitress. The streetlights cast long shadows that seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. "I keep wondering if I should warn him," Danny said as we stopped between our cars. "But what if talking about it makes it more likely to happen? What if acknowledging it somehow activates it?" I didn't have an answer for that. In movies, knowledge is power, and talking about threats helps you avoid them. But this didn't feel like a movie. This felt like something older and darker, where the rules were different, and speaking certain truths out loud could make them more real. "Maybe you should both be extra careful for a while," I said finally. "Don't take risks, don't go anywhere alone, that kind of thing." Danny nodded, but I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. How do you protect yourself from something you don't understand? The other deaths had been random. A car accident, an overdose, an allergic reaction, a construction accident. They weren't the kind of things you could prevent by being careful. We said goodbye, and I got in my car, but I sat there for a few minutes watching Danny drive away. His taillights disappeared around the corner, and I was alone in the parking lot, with that one streetlight flickering and the wind making the empty shopping carts roll back and forth across the asphalt. That was 6 months ago. Danny and I kept working together, but we didn't talk about Clara or the deaths anymore. It was like we'd made an unspoken agreement to pretend that conversation had never happened. Danny seemed to be doing better. He was laughing at jokes again and making plans for the future. I started to think maybe we'd been letting our imaginations run away with us. Then Jake died. It happened on a Tuesday in March. Jake was 21 by then, working as a mechanic and living in an apartment across town. He'd been staying late to finish working on a customer's truck when something went wrong with the hydraulic lift. The truck came down and crushed him. The newspaper said it was being investigated as an equipment malfunction. Jake's boss told reporters that the lift had been inspected and certified just 3 months earlier. There was no explanation for why it had failed. Danny didn't come to work for a week after the funeral. When he finally returned, he looked like he'd aged 10 years. He was jumpy and distracted, and he kept looking over his shoulder like he expected to see something following him. I wanted to say something about Jake, to offer condolences or support, but every time I tried to bring it up, Danny would find an excuse to walk away. He was clearly not ready to talk about it, and I didn't want to push, but I was thinking about it constantly. 5 people from that bonfire were now dead. 5 out of 6, and Clara's words kept echoing in my head. Everyone here should just disappear. It was driving me crazy, so I finally did some research. I went to the library and looked up newspaper archives, trying to find out more about Clara's death and the circumstances around it. I thought maybe if I understood her better, I could figure out what was really happening. What I found made everything worse. Clara hadn't just killed herself impulsively. According to the police report, which I was able to access through a friend who worked at the courthouse, she'd been planning it for weeks. She'd written letters to several family members to be delivered after her death. She'd cleaned out her bank account and paid off her debts. She'd even researched the train schedule to make sure she'd be hit by the midnight freight, not a passenger train. But the most disturbing detail was in her aunt's statement to police. Apparently, Clara had been having what her aunt described as prophetic dreams for months before her death. She'd wake up screaming about people she knew dying in specific ways, and then those deaths would actually happen. Her aunt had tried to get Clara to see a therapist, but Clara had refused. She told her aunt that the dreams weren't about predicting the future. They were about seeing what she was going to cause to happen. She said she was tired of being responsible for people's deaths, the aunt had told police. She thought that if she killed herself, the dreams would stop and the people she'd seen dying would be safe. But clearly, Clara had been wrong about that. Or maybe she'd been right, and her death had stopped some deaths while setting others in motion. Either way, 5 people from that bonfire were dead, and Danny was the only one left. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started having trouble sleeping, lying awake at night, wondering if I should have been at that bonfire, wondering if I'd somehow been spared, or if I was never in danger to begin with, wondering what Danny was going through, knowing he was the last one. The answer came 3 weeks later, when Danny asked me to go camping with him. He said he needed to get away from everything for a weekend, just go somewhere quiet, and try to clear his head. He'd found a campground about 2 hours north, nothing fancy, just some sites near a lake where you could fish and sit around a fire and pretend the world wasn't full of death and bad luck. I almost said no. Something about the timing felt wrong. like Danny was making the kind of decision people make when they're not planning to come back. But I was worried about him, and I thought maybe having company would help. The campground was exactly what Danny had described. A dozen sites scattered around a small lake with pit toilets and fire rings, but no electricity or running water. We were the only people there, which wasn't surprising for early April when the nights were still cold enough to see your breath. We set up our tents and spent the afternoon fishing. Danny seemed more relaxed than I'd seen him in months. He was telling stories about Jake when they were kids, laughing about the trouble they used to get into. For a while, it felt like things might actually be okay. But as evening came on and we started building a fire for dinner, I noticed Danny getting quieter. He kept looking around the campsite like he was expecting to see someone, and he jumped every time a branch cracked in the woods. We cooked hot dogs and beans over the fire and talked about work and movies and anything except the subject that was hanging over us like smoke. But as the sun went down and the darkness pressed in around our small circle of firelight, I could feel the weight of unspoken words getting heavier. Finally, around 10 p.m., Danny broke. "I keep thinking about what she said," he admitted, staring into the flames the same way Clara had that night at Jake's party, about everyone disappearing. "Danny, 5 people are dead," he said, cutting me off. 5 people who were sitting around that fire when Clara made her prediction, and I'm the only one left. The crickets were incredibly loud that night, almost deafening, like they were trying to drown out our conversation. I had to lean closer to hear Danny clearly. "Maybe it really was just coincidences," I said, but even I didn't believe it anymore. Danny shook his head. "I've been thinking about it constantly for months. About the pattern, about the timing. And there's something else I didn't tell you before." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Even in the firelight, I could see it was old and worn, like he'd been carrying it around for a long time. "This is a copy of one of the letters Clara wrote before she died," he said. "My aunt gave it to me after the funeral. She thought I should know what Clara said about our family." He handed me the paper, and I unfolded it with shaking hands. The handwriting was neat and careful, like Clara had taken time to make sure every word was legible. "Dear Aunt Marie," it began. "By the time you read this, I'll be gone, and you'll finally be safe from what I've become. I know you think the dreams are just trauma from losing my parents, but they're not. I see things before they happen, and worse, I cause them to happen." The letter went on to describe the deaths Clara felt responsible for, including some I hadn't heard about before. Her neighbor's dog that had been hit by a car after Clara wished it would stop barking. A teacher who'd had a nervous breakdown after Clara told her she looked tired. Small things and large things, but all connected by Clara's growing certainty that her anger and frustration were somehow manifesting as real harm to others. But the part that made my blood run cold was near the end. I tried to warn the people at Jake's party, but I think I said it wrong. I wanted to tell them to be careful, to stay away from me before I hurt them too. But when I saw them all sitting there around the fire, laughing and happy, I got so angry that all these terrible people were going to keep living while good people like my parents were dead. The words came out wrong. Instead of warning them, I cursed them. I can't take it back now. I see them in my dreams, dying one by one, and I know it's my fault. The only way to stop it is to stop myself. Maybe if I'm gone, the dreams will die with me, and the rest of them will be safe. Please don't hate me for what I've done. I never meant for any of this to happen. Clara. I finished reading and looked up at Danny. He was watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "She knew," he said simply. "She knew what was going to happen to us, and she killed herself trying to stop it." "But it didn't stop," I said. "No," Danny agreed. "It didn't stop." We sat there in silence, listening to the crickets and the occasional splash of a fish jumping in the lake. The fire was starting to die down, and I should have added more wood, but I couldn't seem to move. "Why did you bring me here, Danny?" I asked finally. He was quiet for so long that I started to wonder if he'd heard me. Then he spoke, so softly I almost missed it over the sound of insects. "Because I think it's going to happen soon," he said. "To me. And I didn't want to be alone when it did." The temperature seemed to drop 20 degrees all at once. I pulled my jacket tighter around myself and added another log to the fire, more for the comfort of light than for warmth. "You don't know that," I said, "don't I?" Danny looked at me across the flames. 5 people dead in the exact order Clara saw them in her dreams. And now I'm having dreams too. This was the first I'd heard about Danny having dreams, and something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. "What kind of dreams?" "The same kind Clara described in her letter," Danny said. "Dreams about dying. But not just any death, specific death. I see the place. I see how it happens. I even see what I'm wearing when it happens." He gestured toward his clothes. "Jeans, hiking boots, a red flannel shirt. This is what I'm wearing in the dream," he said. "And this is where it happens." He pointed toward the lake, barely visible beyond the edge of our firelight. "I dream that I walk into the water in the middle of the night. Not because I want to kill myself, but because something calls me in. Something that sounds like Clara's voice, asking me to come help her. And I go, even though part of me knows it's not really her." My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure Danny could hear it over the crickets. "That's not going to happen," I said firmly. "We're going to stay right here by the fire, and in the morning we're going to pack up and go home, and you're going to see a doctor about these dreams." Danny smiled, but it was the saddest smile I'd ever seen. "That's what Jake said when I told him about my dreams," he said, 3 days before the lift collapsed on him. The crickets suddenly went quiet, completely quiet, like someone had turned off a radio. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own breathing and the crackling of the fire and something else. Footsteps, not human footsteps, something dragging and wet, like someone walking in bare feet through mud. The sound was coming from the direction of the lake, getting closer to our campsite. Danny heard it too. He went completely still, staring past me toward the darkness. "Clara," he whispered. The footsteps stopped. The silence stretched out so long that I started to think I'd imagined the whole thing. Then, from somewhere out there in the dark, came a voice. It was barely audible, more like wind through leaves than actual speech, but I could just make out the words, "Danny, come help me." Danny stood up. "No," I said, grabbing his arm. "Danny, don't." But he was already pulling away from me, walking toward the edge of the firelight like he was sleepwalking. "She needs help," he said, but his voice sounded flat and distant like Clara's used to. "That's not Clara," I said desperately. "Clara is dead. She's been dead for 2 years. The voice came again, clearer this time. "Danny, please." I can't find my way back. Danny stopped at the very edge of the light where the darkness began. He was silhouetted against the fire, and for a moment he looked exactly like Clara had that night at the bonfire, standing at the boundary between light and dark, between the world of the living and something else entirely. "I have to go," he said without turning around. "She's been waiting for me." "Danny, look at me," I said, standing up and stepping toward him. "Look at me and tell me what you see." He turned around, and his eyes reflected the firelight just like Clara's had. But there was something else in his expression now, something that looked almost like relief. "I see that it's time," he said. Then he smiled, not the sad smile from before, but something peaceful and final, and stepped backward into the darkness. I heard his footsteps moving away from the campsite toward the lake. I grabbed a flashlight from my tent and went after him, but the beam seemed to barely penetrate the darkness. I could hear him ahead of me, walking steadily through the trees, but I couldn't see him. "Danny, wait!" I called, but he didn't answer. I followed the sound of his footsteps all the way to the lake shore. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the stars like black mirror, but Danny was nowhere to be seen. I called his name over and over, sweeping the flashlight back and forth across the water and the shore, but there was no response, no splash, no ripples, no sign that anyone had been there at all. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the lake, waiting for Danny to come back or for his body to surface, but as the sun came up, the water remained undisturbed. It was like he had simply vanished. The police found his body 3 days later, about half a mile downstream from the campground. The coroner said he had drowned, but there were no signs of struggle or trauma. It looked like he had walked into the water and simply let go. They asked me a lot of questions about what had happened that night, but how do you explain something like that to people who believe in logical, rational causes for everything? I told them Danny had been depressed about his brother's death, that he'd been having trouble sleeping. I said he'd gotten up in the middle of the night, and I'd assumed he was just going to use the bathroom, and by the time I realized he'd been gone too long, it was too late. They seemed satisfied with that explanation. Depression plus grief plus an isolated lake equals tragic accident. Case closed. But I know what I heard that night. I know someone called Danny into those woods, and I know he went willingly. And I know that voice wasn't Clara's, even though it sounded like her. It's been 6 months since Danny died, and I still think about that night constantly. About Clara's letter, about her dreams, about the look on Danny's face when he said it was time. I think about the fact that everyone who was sitting around that bonfire is now dead, just like Clara predicted. Everyone except me. And that's the part that keeps me awake at night. Because I keep wondering, was I really not at that bonfire when Clara made her prediction? Or was I there somehow, in a way I don't remember? I've been over that night 1,000 times in my memory, trying to figure out exactly where I was when Clara said those words. I know I was at the party. I remember the ghost stories and the nervous laughter and the way Clara appeared at the edge of the firelight, like something out of a nightmare. But I can't remember exactly where I was standing when she spoke. I can't remember if I was still part of the group, sitting around the fire, or if I'd already walked away to get another beer or use the bathroom or talk to someone else. And lately, I've been having dreams. Dreams about that campground, about the lake, about something moving under the dark water that might be Danny or might be Clara, or might be all 6 of them together. In the dreams, they're calling my name, asking me to come help them. So far, I've been able to wake myself up before I walk outside. But the dreams are getting stronger and more frequent, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm fighting a battle I was always meant to lose. Because here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Clara said, everyone here should just disappear. Not everyone here will die, or everyone here is going to be sorry. She said, disappear. And that's exactly what's been happening. One by one, the people from that bonfire have been disappearing from the world. Not just dying, but vanishing so completely that it's like they were never really here at all. Michelle overdosed alone in a bathroom where nobody found her for hours. Connor went off the road on a stretch of highway where no other cars were around to see it happen. Sarah collapsed in a restaurant bathroom where she was by herself. Tommy fell from a scaffold on a job site where he was working alone after hours. Jake was crushed by a lift in an empty garage. And Danny walked into a lake in the middle of nowhere with only me as a witness. We're not just dying, we're disappearing, fading out of the world one by one, like we were never meant to be here in the first place, and I'm the only one left. Last night I woke up at 3 a.m. with the taste of lake water in my mouth and Clara's voice echoing in my head. Your turn. I don't think I'm going crazy. I think I'm finally understanding what Clara understood before she jumped in front of that train. Some curses are bigger than the person who speaks them. Some words once said, take on a life of their own and hunt down their targets no matter how long it takes. Clara tried to stop it by killing herself, but she was wrong. Death didn't break the curse. It completed the first part of it, and now the rest of us are following her into whatever comes after disappearing. I thought about running, about moving to another state or changing my name or doing something to break the pattern. But I don't think geography matters when you're dealing with something like this. And besides, part of me is tired of running from something I've been running from without even knowing it for 3 years. I keep thinking about the look on Danny's face that night by the lake. Right before he stepped into the darkness, he looked peaceful, relieved, like he'd been carrying a weight for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like to be without it, and suddenly the weight was gone. Maybe that's what Clara meant when she said everyone should disappear. Maybe she wasn't cursing us to die. Maybe she was offering us a way out of something worse, a way to stop being afraid, stop watching over our shoulders, stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. Maybe disappearing isn't the punishment. Maybe it's the escape. I'm writing this down because I want there to be some record of what really happened, in case anyone ever wonders why 7 people from a small town all died in accidents over the course of 3 years. In case anyone ever connects the dots and realizes we were all at the same party on the same night when a troubled girl made a wish that came true. I don't know if anyone will believe it. I probably wouldn't believe it if someone else told me this story. But it's the truth, and sometimes the truth is stranger and scarier than anything you could make up. The sun is going down now, and I can hear the crickets starting up outside my window. In a few hours, they'll be deafeningly loud, just like they were that night at the campground, and I think when they reach that crescendo of sound that drowns out everything else, that's when I'll hear her voice calling my name. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm tired and I'm ready, and I understand now that this was always how it was going to end. Clara saw it in her dreams before she died, and Danny saw it in his dreams before he walked into that lake. And now I see it too. Everyone here should just disappear. Maybe Clara was right all along. Story 2. I need to tell someone about what happened at that job, because it's been eating at me for months now, and I can't shake the feeling that I left something unfinished there. Something that's still waiting for me on the 4th floor of that old mill. It started last spring when I was desperate for work. I'd been unemployed for 3 months after the restaurant I worked at closed down, and my savings were running out fast. So when I saw the posting for overnight security at Riverside Storage, I didn't ask too many questions. The pay was decent, the hours were midnight to 6 a.m., and all I had to do was walk around an old building making sure nobody was breaking into the storage units. Seemed easy enough. The building used to be Thompson Textile Mill back in the day, one of those massive brick and wood structures they built in the early 1900s, when this part of town was all factories and worker housing. It had been closed for decades before someone bought it and converted the interior into climate-controlled storage units. 4 floors of them, with long corridors lined with metal roll-up doors on both sides. My first night on the job, the day shift supervisor showed me around. His name was Marcus, and he seemed like a decent enough guy, but I noticed he kept checking his watch, like he couldn't wait to get out of there. "Pretty straightforward," he said as we walked through the first floor. "You do a full round every 2 hours, starting at midnight. Check all the doors, make sure the lights are working, keep an eye out for anything suspicious. There's a clipboard at the security desk where you log each round." The security desk was just inside the main entrance, a folding table with a cheap office chair and a logbook. There was also a big flashlight, a radio that supposedly connected to the main office during business hours, and a thermos of coffee that looked like it had been there since the Clinton administration. "What about the elevator?" I asked, noticing the old freight elevator at the end of the first floor hallway. "Doesn't work," Marcus said quickly. "Hasn't worked in years. You'll have to use the stairs for the upper floors." The stairwell was at the opposite end of the building from the elevator, and it was one of those narrow, enclosed staircases that felt like climbing up inside a chimney. The steps were worn wooden planks, that creaked with every footstep, and the handrail was loose in several places. "How many tenants are there?" I asked as we climbed to the second floor. "About 60 units total," Marcus said. "Most people don't come in after hours, but sometimes you'll see someone working late or moving stuff around. Just make sure they have a key and access card. If they don't, call the police." The second floor was laid out exactly like the first, a long hallway down the middle with storage units on both sides. The lighting was those buzzing fluorescent strips that cast everything in harsh white light and left deep shadows in the corners. The whole place smelled like old wood and that musty scent you get in buildings that have been around for a century. The third floor was the same setup, but I noticed Marcus was walking faster now, like he wanted to get through this part quickly. "What about the fourth floor?" I asked. "Same thing," he said without looking back. "But honestly, hardly anyone rents units up there. Too much of a pain to haul stuff up all those stairs. You'll probably find most of the units empty." We climbed to the fourth floor, and immediately I could tell something was different. The air felt colder up there, and the lighting was dimmer. Several of the fluorescent bulbs were burned out, leaving long stretches of hallway in near darkness. "Power issues up here," Marcus explained when he saw me looking around. "Building's old, wiring's not the greatest. Maintenance is supposed to fix it, but you know how that goes." He showed me how to work the master light switches at each end of the hallway, then we headed back downstairs. The whole tour took maybe 20 minutes, and Marcus was practically jogging toward the exit by the time we got back to the first floor. "Any questions?" he asked, already putting on his jacket. "What about keys?" "Do I need keys to check inside the units?" "God, no," Marcus said, looking at me like I'd asked to borrow his car. "Never open the units unless there's an emergency." "That's not your job. You just check the doors from the outside, make sure they're secure. Most important thing is to do your rounds on schedule and log everything properly. Corporate takes that seriously." He handed me a set of keys for the main doors and the utility closets, showed me how to set the building alarm, and then he was gone. Just like that, I was alone in this massive old building with nothing but a flashlight and a clipboard. My first few nights were pretty uneventful. I'd do my rounds at midnight, 2 a.m., 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., checking off each floor on the clipboard. The building was quiet except for the normal sounds you'd expect in an old place: settling noises, pipes creaking, the occasional mouse scurrying across the floor. I spent most of my time at the security desk reading books I'd brought from home or playing games on my phone. But by the end of my first week, I started noticing things. It was subtle at first. I'd be walking down a hallway on the second floor, and I'd hear what sounded like footsteps coming from the floor above me. Not just the random creaking of old wood, but actual footsteps. Heavy ones, like someone wearing work boots, walking at a steady pace. The weird thing was, the footsteps always seemed to be moving in the same direction I was, like someone was doing their own patrol route one floor up. At first I figured it was just the building settling, or maybe pipes expanding and contracting. Old buildings make all kinds of noises, especially at night when the temperature drops. But the footsteps were too regular, too rhythmic to be random settling noises. The first time I decided to investigate, I was on the second floor doing my 2 a.m. round. I'd been hearing the footsteps above me for about 10 minutes, keeping pace with me as I walked down the hallway checking doors. So I went to the stairwell and climbed up to the third floor. The footsteps stopped the moment I reached the third floor landing. I stood there for a minute listening, but all I could hear was the buzz of the fluorescent lights and the distant hum of the building's heating system. I walked the entire third floor, checking every door, but everything was exactly as it should be. No signs that anyone had been there. But when I went back downstairs and continued my second floor round, the footsteps started up again within 5 minutes. Same heavy, steady pace, same sense that someone was walking parallel to my route one floor above. This became a regular thing over the next couple of weeks. Every night, usually during my midnight or 2 a.m. round, I'd hear the footsteps, always on the floor directly above where I was walking. always stopping when I tried to investigate. Then the doors started acting up. It was subtle at first. I'd be walking down a hallway and I'd hear what sounded like a door closing somewhere behind me. Not slamming, just the normal sound of a heavy metal door swinging shut. But when I'd turn around to look, all the doors would be in the same position they'd been in when I passed them. This progressed to doors that would be standing slightly open when I started my round, but closed when I walked back past them. Storage unit doors aren't supposed to be able to open on their own. They have heavy-duty locks, and they're designed to stay shut. But I'd mark on my clipboard that Unit 215 was secure, and then 20 minutes later when I walked past it again, the door would be raised about 6 inches. The first time this happened, I figured maybe I'd marked the wrong unit, or maybe someone had come in while I was on another floor. But it kept happening, and I started paying closer attention. I'd specifically check a door, make sure it was completely closed, and then find it partially open on my next round. After about 3 weeks on the job, I started carrying a small digital camera with me, one of those cheap point-and-shoot things I'd bought years ago. I figured if doors were opening on their own, I should document it in case there was some kind of structural problem with the building that was affecting the door frames. But every time I tried to take a picture of an open door, the camera would malfunction. The battery would suddenly die, or the screen would go black, or it would make a weird clicking sound and shut off. I went through 3 sets of batteries in 1 week, and the camera worked fine everywhere except in that building. The lights were the next thing to go haywire. I'd been dealing with the footsteps and the doors for about a month when I started having problems with the lighting on the upper floors. I'd walk through the 3rd or 4th floor, turning on lights as I went, and then when I'd come back through an hour later for my next round, lights I knew I'd turned on would be off again. This wasn't just a case of forgetting whether I'd flipped a switch. I started being very deliberate about it, making mental notes as I went. Turn on the lights at the east end of the 3rd floor hallway. Check units 301 through 315. Turn on the lights at the west end. Check units 316 through 330. But I'd come back 2 hours later and find sections of hallway completely dark, like I'd never touched the light switches at all. The worst part was that it wasn't consistent. Some nights the lights would stay on exactly as I'd left them. Other nights, I'd find every light on the 3rd floor turned off, even though I distinctly remembered turning them all on. And some nights, I'd find lights on that I knew I'd turned off, like the building was playing games with me. I mentioned some of this to Marcus when he came in at the end of my shift one morning. Not the footsteps or the doors, just the lighting issues, framing it as a maintenance problem. "Yeah, the electrical system's pretty spotty on the upper floors," he said, but he wouldn't make eye contact when he said it. "Especially the 4th floor. We've had electricians out there a bunch of times, but it's hard to diagnose intermittent problems." "Have other security guards complained about it?" I asked. Marcus got quiet for a moment, shuffling through some paperwork that didn't seem to need shuffling. "You're actually the first person to work this shift in about 6 months, he said finally. "The last few guards didn't work out." I wanted to ask why, but something about Marcus's body language told me he wasn't going to elaborate. And honestly, I needed the job. The pay was good, the work was easy despite the weird quirks, and I'd already gotten comfortable with the routine. But everything changed on a Tuesday night in late June, about 5 weeks after I'd started. It was my 4 a.m. round, and I was making my way through the 4th floor. This was always the most unnerving part of my shift because of the poor lighting and the fact that most of the units up there were empty. The hallway was longer than the other floors, and with half the fluorescent bulbs burned out, there were long stretches where my flashlight was the only source of light. I was about halfway down the hallway, checking Unit 423, when I heard the footsteps above me. But that was impossible. There was no floor above the 4th floor. The 4th floor was the top of the building. I stopped walking and listened carefully. The footsteps were definitely coming from overhead, and they were moving in the same steady, heavy pattern I'd gotten used to hearing on the lower floors. But according to the building layout Marcus had shown me, there was nothing above the fourth floor except the roof. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, trying to figure out what I was hearing. Could there be some kind of maintenance area I didn't know about? An attic space where building equipment was housed? But the footsteps sounded too heavy and deliberate to be someone working on HVAC equipment or electrical systems. Then the footsteps stopped, and I heard something else. Children laughing. It was faint at first, just barely audible over the hum of the fluorescent lights. But as I stood there listening, it got clearer. Definitely children, maybe 2 or 3 of them, giggling like they were playing some kind of game. The sound was coming from somewhere ahead of me in the hallway, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly where. I started walking toward it, moving slowly and trying to stay quiet so I could hear better. The laughing continued, and as I got closer to the end of the hallway, I realized it was coming from inside one of the storage units. That's when I saw the light. Unit 437 had a thin line of pale yellow light seeping out from under the door. Not the harsh white of the fluorescent hallway lights, but something softer and warmer, like lamplight. I stopped walking and stared at that line of light, trying to process what I was seeing. All the units were supposed to be unlit when not in use. There was no electrical supply inside the storage units themselves. Tenants had to bring their own battery-powered lights if they needed to work in there after dark, and I knew for a fact that I'd turned off all the hallway lights on this floor during my 2 a.m. round. I'd made a point of it because several bulbs were flickering and I thought giving them a break might help, but here was light coming from inside a locked storage unit. The children's laughter was definitely coming from Unit 437. I could hear it clearly now. At least 2 distinct voices, maybe 3, giggling and whispering to each other like they were sharing secrets. I walked closer to the unit, my heart starting to pound. The laughing got louder as I approached, and I could hear other sounds too. What might have been small feet running around, the scrape of something being dragged across the floor, and what sounded like toys, maybe toy cars or blocks being stacked and knocked down. I was maybe 5 feet away from the unit when I noticed that the laughter had a weird quality to it. It was definitely children laughing, but there was something off about the sound. It was too clear, too sharp, like it was being amplified somehow. And underneath the laughter, there was something else, a kind of static or buzzing, like the sound was being played through old speakers. That's when the rational part of my brain kicked in. Someone was playing a recording. It had to be. Maybe one of the tenants had left some kind of audio equipment running in their unit, and it was playing children's sounds for some reason. Maybe it was a prank, or maybe it was some kind of white noise machine that was malfunctioning. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it at the unit door, looking for the unit number to confirm what I was seeing. The metal nameplate read 437, just like I thought. I checked my clipboard to see if this unit was listed as currently rented. According to my records, Unit 437 had been empty for over 8 months. The laughter continued, and now I could hear what sounded like a child's voice saying something. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was excited, like someone calling to their friends to come play. I knew I should walk away. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of that hallway and go back downstairs. But I couldn't stop staring at that line of yellow light under the door. It was so warm and inviting, so different from the cold fluorescent lighting in the rest of the building, and the children sounded so happy. I reached for my radio, thinking I should call this in to someone. But who was I going to call at 4:15 in the morning? The main office wouldn't be open for another 4 hours, and I wasn't even sure what I would say. "Hi. I think there might be children playing in an empty storage unit on the 4th floor." Instead, I did something incredibly stupid. I tried the door handle. The unit was locked, of course. These doors used heavy-duty padlocks that required keys, and I didn't have access to individual unit keys. But as soon as I touched the handle, The sounds inside got louder. The laughter became more excited, and I could hear what sounded like multiple children talking at once, their voices overlapping in a way that made it impossible to understand what they were saying. And the light under the door got brighter. I jerked my hand away from the handle like I'd been shocked. The children's voices immediately went quiet, but the light remained. I stood there for what felt like 10 minutes, but was probably only 30 seconds, staring at that door and trying to decide what to do. That's when I heard my name. "Come play with us." It was a child's voice, clear as day, coming from inside Unit 437. A little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, speaking in the sing-song voice kids use when they're trying to convince adults to do something. But I had never told anyone in this building my name. It wasn't on my uniform, it wasn't on any paperwork visible at the security desk, and Marcus had only used my first name when he introduced me to the day shift maintenance guy. There was no way anyone, let alone children who shouldn't have been in the building at all, could have known what to call me. "We've been waiting for you," said another voice, this one a little boy. "We knew you'd come up here eventually." My heart was hammering so hard I could hear it over the buzz of the fluorescent lights. I took a step backward, away from the door, but the children's voices followed me. "Don't leave," said the girl. "We don't get to play with grown-ups very often." "The other man never came up here," said the boy. "He was too scared." "But you're braver, aren't you?" I wanted to run. Every fiber of my being was telling me to get out of that hallway immediately. But I was frozen in place, staring at that line of yellow light and listening to children who couldn't possibly exist, calling my name and talking about the other man, presumably the security guard who'd worked here before me. "We have toys," said a third voice, younger than the others. "Maybe 5 years old. Lots and lots of toys. Do you want to see?" The light under the door flickered, and for just a moment I could see shadows moving back and forth in front of it. Small shadows, child-sized, running around like they were playing tag. That broke the spell. I turned and ran toward the stairwell, my footsteps echoing loudly in the empty hallway. Behind me, the children's laughter exploded into something that was no longer playful. It was wild and delighted, like they found my fear hilarious. I made it to the stairwell and started down the steps 2 at a time, gripping the loose handrail and not caring if the whole thing came apart in my hands. The laughter followed me down the stairwell, seeming to bounce off the walls and surround me from all directions. By the time I reached the 3rd floor, the laughter had faded, but I kept running. I didn't stop until I was back at the security desk on the 1st floor, breathing hard and shaking like I just sprinted a mile. I sat in that cheap office chair for the remaining hour and 45 minutes of my shift, staring at the clipboard and trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress-induced hallucination, too much caffeine, not enough sleep. There had to be a rational explanation. But I couldn't explain away the fact that the children had known my name, and I couldn't forget the sound of their laughter or the way it had changed from innocent play to something much darker when I ran away. When Marcus arrived at 6 a.m. to start the day shift, I was still sitting at the desk, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost. "Everything okay?" he asked, but there was something in his voice that suggested he already knew the answer. "Fine," I lied. "Quiet night." Marcus looked at my clipboard, noting that I'd checked off the first 3 floors, but not the 4th. "Electrical problems again?" he asked, pointing to the missing 4th floor entry. I nodded, not trusting my voice to stay steady if I tried to explain. Marcus took the clipboard and added a note next to the 4th floor section. "Electrical issues, unable to complete full round." "Don't worry about it," he said. "Happens all the time." I wanted to ask him what he meant by that, but I was afraid of what he might tell me. Instead, I gathered up my things and left, driving home in the early morning sunlight and trying to pretend that everything was normal. But I couldn't stop thinking about those voices, the way they'd known my name, the way they'd mentioned the other man. who was too scared to come up to the fourth floor, and the sound of their laughter changing from innocent to something else entirely. I called in sick the next 2 nights, telling Marcus I had food poisoning. I needed time to think, to decide whether I was going to quit or try to tough it out. The money was good, and I really needed the job, but I wasn't sure I could handle going back up to the fourth floor. On my 3rd night off, I did some research. I went to the public library and looked up the history of the Thompson textile mill, thinking maybe I could find some explanation for what I'd experienced. What I found made everything worse. According to newspaper archives from 1938, there had been a fire on the 4th floor of the textile mill. It started in the early morning hours when the building was supposed to be empty, but investigators found evidence that several homeless families had been sleeping in the unused areas of the factory. 3 children died in that fire, 2 girls and a boy, ages 5, 7, and 8. Their bodies were found in a storage room on the 4th floor, apparently trapped when smoke and flames blocked their escape route. The newspaper article included a grainy black and white photograph of the storage room where the children had died. Even accounting for 70 years of renovations and changes, I was pretty sure that storage room had become Unit 437. I went back to work the following Monday, but I made a decision. I wasn't going to do any more 4th floor rounds. I'd checked the first 3 floors thoroughly, and I'd marked the 4th floor as having electrical issues that prevented a complete inspection. Marcus had already established that this was an acceptable excuse, and I figured I could probably get away with it indefinitely. For the next 2 weeks, this system worked perfectly. I did my job, stayed away from the 4th floor, and tried not to think about children's voices calling my name. The footsteps and door problems on the lower floors continued, but they seemed minor compared to what I'd experienced in Unit 437. But on a Thursday night in mid-July, everything came to a head. I was doing my 2 a.m. round on the 3rd floor when I heard the footsteps above me again. This had become so routine that I barely paid attention anymore, but tonight the footsteps seemed more urgent. Instead of the steady, measured pace I was used to, they sounded like someone running. Then I heard voices. Not children's voices this time, but adult voices, muffled and indistinct, like people having a conversation several rooms away. I couldn't make out words, but I could hear the rhythm and cadence of normal speech. I stopped walking and listened more carefully. The voices were definitely coming from the 4th floor, and they seemed to be moving around up there, getting louder and softer as they moved closer to or farther from wherever I was standing. After a few minutes, the voices stopped, but the footsteps continued, and they were getting closer to the stairwell. I heard the stairwell door open and close, and then I heard footsteps coming down the stairs, heavy footsteps like someone wearing work boots. The same type of footsteps I'd been hearing for months, but now they were actually in the stairwell, getting closer to the 3rd floor. I backed away from the stairwell door and stood in the middle of the hallway, my flashlight pointed at the door, waiting to see who was going to emerge. The footsteps reached the 3rd floor landing and stopped. I waited for the door to open, but it didn't. The footsteps had definitely stopped right outside the 3rd floor door, but no one came through. After maybe 30 seconds, I heard the footsteps start up again, but now they were going back up the stairs, back to the 4th floor. This happened 3 more times over the course of my shift. Footsteps coming down from the 4th floor, stopping at the 3rd floor landing, then going back up. Like someone was checking to see if I was going to follow them, or maybe trying to work up the courage to come find me. By the time my shift ended at 6 a.m., I was exhausted from the stress and tension. But I was also curious in a way that probably wasn't healthy. Whatever was happening on the 4th floor, it was escalating. And part of me, the stupid part, wanted to know what was going on up there. That night, I made another bad decision. I decided to go back up to the 4th floor. I waited until my 4 a.m. round, figuring that would give me the most time to investigate before Marcus showed up for the day shift. I climbed the stairs to the fourth floor, my heart pounding and my mouth dry with fear. The fourth floor hallway was exactly as I'd left it 2 weeks earlier. Half the fluorescent lights were still burned out, leaving long stretches of corridor in shadow. But as I stepped into the hallway, I noticed something different. There were sounds coming from multiple storage units. Not just Unit 437, but 4 or 5 different units scattered throughout the hallway. Muffled conversations, footsteps, the occasional sound of something being moved around, like the entire floor had suddenly become occupied while I'd been avoiding it. But according to my records, all of these units were supposed to be empty. I walked slowly down the hallway, stopping outside each unit that seemed to have activity inside. Unit 409 had what sounded like someone moving furniture around. Unit 416 had quiet conversation, too muffled to understand, but definitely 2 adults talking. Unit 428 had the sound of papers rustling, like someone going through old documents. And Unit 437 had the children's laughter. It was softer this time, more subdued, but definitely the same voices I'd heard before. They seemed to be playing some kind of quiet game, whispering to each other and occasionally giggling. I stood in the middle of that hallway, surrounded by sounds of life and activity, coming from units that were supposed to be completely empty, and I felt like I was losing my mind. This couldn't be real. There was no way this many people could be in the building without me knowing about it, without any record of them having access. But the sounds were undeniably real. I wasn't imagining the conversations, the footsteps, the children's voices. And when I shined my flashlight at the floor, I could see thin lines of light seeping out from under several of the unit doors. That's when I heard my name again. We knew you'd come back. It was the same little girl's voice from Unit 437, but this time she sounded sad instead of playful. "We waited for you every night," she continued, "but you stopped coming to see us. We thought maybe you didn't like us anymore," added the little boy's voice. I walked over to Unit 437, drawn by some combination of fear and guilt that I couldn't explain. The yellow light was seeping out from under the door again, warm and inviting against the harsh fluorescent lighting of the hallway. "We're not scary," said the youngest voice, the 5-year-old. "We just want someone to play with." "The other people up here don't like children," said the girl. "They tell us to be quiet all the time. But you're different, aren't you?" I realized she was talking about the other voices I'd heard, the adults in the other storage units. Somehow the 4th floor had become populated with, what? Ghosts? People who had died in this building over the decades. "What happened to you?" I asked, surprising myself by speaking out loud. "There was a fire," said the boy matter-of-factly. "A long time ago. We couldn't get out." "But it's okay now," said the girl. "We have lots of friends here. And now we have you too." The line of yellow light under the door flickered, and I saw those small shadows moving around again. But this time they seemed to be reaching toward the door, like the children were pressing their hands against it from the inside. "Can you open the door?" asked the youngest voice. "We want to see you." Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to leave, to run down those stairs and never come back. But there was something about their voices. They sounded so lonely, so hopeful, like they'd been waiting for someone to talk to them for a very long time. I reached for the door handle, and the moment my fingers touched the metal, everything changed. The sounds from the other storage units suddenly got louder, like someone had turned up the volume on multiple radios at once. I could hear dozens of voices talking, laughing, arguing, footsteps running back and forth, doors opening and closing. The entire 4th floor had come alive with activity, and the children's laughter from Unit 437 exploded into something wild and joyful, like they knew I was about to let them out. But the handle wouldn't turn. The unit was locked, just like it had been before, and I didn't have a key. "We can't get out," said the girl, and now her voice sounded desperate. "We've been trying for so long, but we can't get out." "Help us," said the boy. "Please help us." The other voices in the hallway were getting louder too, and I could make out individual words now. Someone was calling for help. Someone else was crying. Another voice was asking, "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" I realized that all of these people, the children, the adults in the other units, were trapped. They weren't just occupying these storage units, they were imprisoned in them. And they'd been waiting for someone like me, someone with access to the building, to set them free. But I didn't have keys to the individual units. I couldn't help them, even if I wanted to. "I don't have the keys," I said, backing away from Unit 437. The children's voices became frantic. "Don't leave us! Please don't leave us again!" "You can find the keys," said the boy. "The man downstairs has them, in his desk." I knew he was talking about Marcus, and some part of me wondered how these children knew about Marcus's desk. But I also knew I couldn't do what they were asking. I couldn't steal keys from my supervisor and start opening storage units based on the requests of voices that shouldn't exist. "I'm sorry," I said, and I started walking back toward the stairwell. The sounds from all the units followed me down the hallway. Children crying, adults pleading, voices calling my name and begging me not to abandon them. The noise was overwhelming, like being surrounded by dozens of people all talking at once. I made it to the stairwell and started down the steps, but the voices continued to echo around me, seeming to come from the walls themselves. By the time I reached the 3rd floor, I was running again, just like I had the first time. But this time, the voices followed me all the way down to the 1st floor. I spent the rest of my shift sitting at the security desk, listening to faint sounds of conversation and movement coming from somewhere in the building above me. It was quieter than it had been on the 4th floor, but it was definitely still there, like the entire building had become occupied by people I couldn't see. When Marcus arrived at 6 a.m., I was ready for him. "I need to ask you something," I said before he could even put down his coffee. Marcus looked at me carefully, probably noticing that I looked like I hadn't slept in days. "What happened to the security guard before me?" I asked. Marcus was quiet for a long moment, staring at his coffee cup like it contained the secrets of the universe. "He quit," Marcus said finally, "said the job wasn't a good fit." "Did he ever mention hearing things? Voices, footsteps, that kind of thing?" Another long pause. "Look," Marcus said, setting down his coffee and looking directly at me for the first time. "This is an old building. It makes noises. Sometimes people think they hear things that aren't really there." "What about the fire in 1938? I asked. "The one where the children died?" Marcus's face went pale, and I knew I'd hit on something important. "Where did you hear about that?" he asked. "I did some research. 3 children died in a storage room on the 4th floor, the room that's now Unit 437. Marcus rubbed his forehead like he was getting a headache. "Okay, yes, there was a fire. A long time ago, but that doesn't mean anything. People die in old buildings all the time. That doesn't make them haunted." "But you've heard the stories," I said, "from other security guards, other employees." Marcus looked around the empty building lobby like he was checking to make sure we were alone. "Some people have reported unusual experiences," he admitted, "especially on the night shift. That's why we have trouble keeping security guards for this position." "How many security guards have quit because of the 4th floor?" "I don't know. Several. Look, if you're having problems with the job, we can discuss other arrangements. Maybe transfer you to one of our other properties." But I wasn't ready to quit yet. As scared as I'd been, I couldn't stop thinking about those voices. The children asking for help, the adults trapped in their storage units, all of them waiting for someone to set them free. "What if they're real?" I asked. "What if there really are people trapped up there?" Marcus stared at me for a long moment, and I could see him wrestling with how much to tell me. "Even if that were true," he said slowly, "what exactly do you think you could do about it?" It was a fair question. If these were really the ghosts of people who had died in the building over the decades, what could a minimum wage security guard possibly do to help them? I didn't have the keys to the storage units. I didn't have the authority to call in paranormal investigators or whatever, and I certainly didn't have the expertise to deal with supernatural situations. But I kept thinking about those children's voices and how desperately they'd asked for help. I worked 3 more nights after that conversation with Marcus, but I avoided the 4th floor completely. The sounds from the lower floors continued. Footsteps, doors opening and closing, occasional voices, but they seemed less urgent now, like whatever was up there had given up on me. On my last night, during my 4 a.m. round, I heard the children's laughter one more time. I was on the 2nd floor, checking the units on the east side of the building, when their voices drifted down from somewhere above. But it wasn't the happy, playful laughter I'd heard before. It was sad and hollow, like they were laughing at a joke that wasn't funny. "We knew you wouldn't help us," said the little girl's voice, so faint I had to strain to hear it. "Nobody ever helps us," said the boy, and then, in that tiny 5-year-old voice, "We'll just keep waiting." The laughter faded after that, and I didn't hear their voices again for the rest of my shift, but those words stuck with me. "We'll just keep waiting." I put in my notice the next day, telling Marcus I'd found a job with better hours. He didn't seem surprised, and he didn't try to talk me out of it. He just nodded and asked when my last day would be. I worked 1 more week, staying strictly on the first 3 floors and trying not to think about what I was leaving behind. On my final night, the building was completely quiet. No footsteps, no doors, no voices, like whatever lived there had already moved on to waiting for the next security guard. That was 4 months ago, and I still think about those children every day, about their voices asking for help, about the way they sounded when they realized I wasn't going to save them. I drive past the building sometimes on my way to my new job, and I always look up at the 4th floor windows, wondering if they're still up there, still waiting for someone brave enough or foolish enough to try to help them. I know I made the cowardly choice. I know I abandoned them just like the other man they'd mentioned. The security guard before me, who was too scared to investigate the 4th floor. But I also know I'm not equipped to deal with whatever's happening in that building. I don't have the knowledge, the resources, or the courage to help trapped souls find peace. Sometimes I wonder if I should have tried anyway. If I should have found a way to get those keys, opened those storage units, and faced whatever I found inside. But mostly, I try not to think about it, except late at night, when I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep. I sometimes hear children's laughter in the distance, and I wonder if they're still up there on the 4th floor, still playing their games in Unit 437, still waiting for someone to open the door and set them free. I never went back to find out. Story 3. I still can't sleep properly, even though it's been 3 months since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I see those dark shapes standing around Henry's bed, and I remember the way Marcy looked at me when she realized what we'd witnessed together, what we'd become part of, without even knowing it. I worked the night shift at Sunset Manor, which is one of those nursing homes that tries to sound pleasant but really just houses people whose families can't take care of them anymore. It's not a bad place, don't get me wrong. The staff genuinely cares about the residents, and we do our best to make sure everyone's comfortable. But working nights there means you see things during those quiet hours that the day shift never has to deal with. My job isn't complicated. I'm basically a combination janitor, tea server, and companion for the residents who can't sleep. I mop floors, do light cleaning, make sure the hallways are tidy, and sit with people who are having bad nights. A lot of elderly folks have trouble sleeping, especially when they're dealing with medication side effects or just the general anxiety. that comes with being in an unfamiliar place. I've been working there for about 8 months, and for the most part I actually enjoy it. The residents are mostly sweet people with interesting stories, and the quiet atmosphere at night gives me time to think. Plus, the pay is decent for what's essentially an entry-level job. My co-worker Marcy has been there for almost 6 years, working the same night shift I do. She's in her 50s, has grown kids, and treats the residents like they're her own grandparents. Marcy knows everything about everyone, which residents like their tea with honey, who needs an extra blanket, whose family never visits, and who gets scared when the building settles and makes noise. But Marcy also has this habit of making these quiet observations that always seemed a little weird to me. She'd be checking on someone during our rounds, and afterwards she'd say something like, "Mrs. Patterson isn't going to be with us much longer." Not in a mean way, just matter of fact, like she was commenting on the weather. And then, sure enough, Mrs. Patterson would take a turn for the worse within a week. Or she'd look in on Mr. Rodriguez, who'd seemed fine during dinner, and whisper to me, "He'll be in the hospital by Thursday." And come Thursday morning, Mr. Rodriguez would have chest pains and get rushed to the emergency room. At first, I figured Marcy had just been working there long enough to recognize the warning signs that someone was declining. When you've seen as many elderly people as she has, you probably develop an instinct for when someone's health is failing, even if they seem okay on the surface. But her predictions were too specific and too accurate. She wasn't just saying, "So-and-so doesn't look good." She was giving exact time frames, and she was always right. I asked her about it once, maybe 3 months into my job there. We were sitting in the break room during our midnight meal break, and Marcy had just mentioned that Mr. Chen wouldn't see another Sunday. "How do you always know?" I asked. "About who's going to get sick, I mean." Marcy got this uncomfortable look on her face, like I'd asked her something too personal. "You just learn to read the signs," she said, but she wouldn't make eye contact. Experience, I guess. I didn't push it, but I started paying more attention to her predictions. And I started noticing that she was right way more often than experience alone could explain. She wasn't just good at reading health trends, it was like she had some kind of supernatural ability to predict exactly when someone was going to decline. The night everything changed was a Tuesday in late October. I remember because Halloween decorations were up in the common areas, and some of the residents had been talking about their grandkids' costumes during dinner. It was supposed to be a quiet shift. No one was scheduled for medication changes. No one had been showing signs of distress, and the weather was calm. I started my shift at 11 p.m. like usual, getting a report from the evening staff and checking the logbook for any special instructions. Everything seemed normal. Marcy arrived a few minutes after me, and we did our initial walkthrough together, making sure all the residents were settled for the night. Sunset Manor has 42 residents spread across 2 floors. The first floor houses people who are more independent. They can walk with minimal assistance, don't need constant medical monitoring, and are generally just there because they need help with daily activities. The second floor is for residents who need more intensive care, people with dementia, serious medical conditions, or mobility issues that require specialized equipment. Our routine was to do a full building check every 2 hours, starting at midnight. In between the official rounds, we'd respond to call buttons, help people to the bathroom, bring tea or water to anyone who was awake, and just generally keep an eye on things. The first sign something was different that night came around 12:30 during our midnight round. We were on the second floor, checking on the residents who needed closer monitoring, when I noticed Marcy spending extra time outside Henry's room. Henry was 84, had been at Sunset Manor for about 4 months, and was generally one of our healthier residents. He had some heart issues that required daily medication, but he was mentally sharp, could walk without assistance, and spent most of his days reading or working on crossword puzzles. Marcy stood outside Henry's door for maybe 30 seconds, which doesn't sound like long, but when you're doing routine checks on 42 people, 30 seconds is an eternity. She was just standing there, staring into his room with this expression I couldn't read. "Everything okay?" I whispered. Marcy jumped slightly, like she'd forgotten I was there. "Yeah, fine," she said, but she looked troubled. "Henry's sleeping peacefully." We continued our rounds, but I noticed Marcy kept glancing back toward Henry's room as we moved down the hallway. And when we got to the break room for our 2 a.m. meal break, she was unusually quiet. "Is something wrong with Henry?" I asked. Marcy stirred her coffee for a long time before answering. "He's not going to be here much longer," she said finally. This was typical Marcy behavior, so I wasn't surprised by the prediction itself, but something about the way she said it was different. She sounded almost scared. "Is he sick?" His vitals were fine during the evening check. "No, he's not sick," Marcy said. "Not yet. But he won't be staying with us." I wanted to ask what she meant, but something about her body language told me she didn't want to elaborate. We finished our break and went back to work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Marcy had seen something in Henry's room that had spooked her. The next few hours passed normally. We did our 4 a.m. round without incident, helped Mrs. Garcia to the bathroom, brought warm milk to Mr. Thompson, who was having trouble sleeping, and generally kept busy with the usual small tasks that fill a night shift. But around 5:30, about an hour before the day shift was due to arrive, I saw something that's been haunting me ever since. I was walking down the second floor hallway, doing a final check before writing up my shift report, when I saw a figure moving near the end of the corridor. At first, I thought it was Marcy. The figure was tall enough to be human, and it was moving slowly and deliberately, like someone trying not to wake the sleeping residents. But as I got closer, I realized this figure was too tall to be Marcy, and it was moving in a way that didn't seem quite right. The figure was gliding rather than walking, not floating. Nothing dramatic like that, but moving so smoothly that there was no sound of footsteps, no normal rhythm of human movement. It was like watching someone on roller skates, but without the wheels touching the ground. And it was dark. Not just wearing dark clothes, but dark in a way that seemed to absorb light. Even in the dimly lit hallway, this figure appeared as a solid shadow, darker than the natural shadows cast by the overhead lighting. I stopped walking and watched as this shadow figure moved toward Henry's room. It paused outside his door for a moment, then slipped inside. Not through the doorway like a normal person would. It seemed to flow through the partially open door like smoke. My first instinct was that someone had broken into the building. But the front doors were locked and alarmed, the windows were secured, and I would have heard if someone had forced entry. Plus, no normal intruder would move like that. My second thought was that I was seeing things. Maybe I was more tired than I'd realized, or maybe the dim lighting was playing tricks on my eyes. But I'd gotten a clear look at this figure, and it definitely wasn't my imagination. I walked quickly to Henry's room and looked inside. Henry was sleeping peacefully in his bed, exactly as he should be. There was no sign of an intruder, no indication that anyone else had been in the room. But I had definitely seen something go in there. I did a quick check of Henry's vital signs using the bedside monitor. His heart rate and blood pressure were both normal, and his breathing was steady. Everything seemed fine. But as I was leaving his room, I noticed Henry's bedside lamp flickering slightly. Not dramatically, just a barely perceptible variation in the light intensity, like the bulb was loose or the electrical connection was poor. I made a mental note to mention it to maintenance. I finished my rounds and went to find Marcy, thinking I should tell her about the strange figure I'd seen. I found her in the first floor break room, filling out paperwork. "Marcy, I think someone might have gotten into the building," I said. "I saw someone going into Henry's room, but when I checked, no one was there." Marcy looked up from her paperwork with an expression that was part concern, part something else I couldn't identify. "What did this person look like?" she asked. "Tall, wearing dark clothes, moving really quietly, but when I got to Henry's room there was nobody there." Marcy was quiet for a long moment, staring at her paperwork without really seeing it. "Was Henry okay?" she asked. "Yeah, he seemed fine. Sleeping normally, vital signs were good." Marcy nodded slowly, but she looked worried. "We should probably mention it in the shift report," she said, "just in case." The day shift arrived at 7 a.m., and we gave them our usual handover report. I mentioned seeing someone near Henry's room, framing it as a possible security concern, but the day shift supervisor didn't seem too worried about it. Old buildings make noise and cast weird shadows, and night shift workers sometimes see things that aren't really there. I went home and tried to sleep, but I kept thinking about that dark figure and the way it had moved, and I kept wondering why Marcy had seemed more concerned about Henry's well-being than about the possibility of an intruder. I was supposed to work again that night, but I called in sick. I told myself I was just tired and needed a night off. But honestly, I was feeling uneasy about going back. Something about seeing that figure had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. Marcy called me around noon to check if I was feeling better. "I'm fine," I said, "just needed some extra sleep." "That's good," Marcy said, but then she hesitated. "Listen, I need to tell you something about last night." "What about it?" "Henry had a medical emergency this morning, about an hour after we left. His blood pressure dropped suddenly, and they had to call an ambulance. I felt like someone had dropped ice cubes into my stomach." "Is he okay?" "He's stable, but they admitted him to the hospital for observation. The doctors aren't sure what caused the episode." We talked for a few more minutes, but I could tell Marcy was holding something back. There was something she wanted to tell me, but wasn't sure how to say it. I went back to work the next night, and Henry's room was empty. His belongings were still there, indicating that everyone expected him to return once his medical situation was resolved, but the bed was made, and the room felt hollow without him. "Any word on how Henry's doing?" I asked Marcy during our midnight break. "He's stable," she said, "but the doctors are running a lot of tests. They're not sure what caused his blood pressure to drop like that." "Do you think it's related to what I saw the other night? That figure going into his room?" Marcy looked uncomfortable, fidgeting with her coffee cup and avoiding eye contact. "I need to tell you something," she said finally. "About what you saw." She paused for so long that I thought she'd changed her mind about telling me whatever it was. "I see them too," she said quietly. "The dark figures. I've been seeing them for years. I felt like the temperature in the break room had dropped 10 degrees. "What are they?" I asked. "I call them visitors," Marcy said. "They come to see the residents before they transition." "Transition?" "Before they die," Marcy said bluntly. "The visitors show up when someone's time is getting close." My mouth felt dry, and I had trouble finding words. "That's how you always know," I said finally. "When someone's going to get sick, you see these things." Marcy nodded. "Usually, I see 1 or 2 visitors around someone who's declining. When there's just 1 or 2, it means the person is going to have health problems, maybe go to the hospital, but they'll probably recover. It's like a warning sign." She took a sip of her coffee, and I noticed her hands were shaking slightly. "But when I see more visitors," she continued, "when there are 3 or 4 or 5 of them, that's different. That means the person isn't coming back." "How many did you see with Henry?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know the answer. 4, Marcy said quietly. "When I checked on him during our midnight round, there were 4 visitors standing around his bed." The ice cube feeling in my stomach got worse. "But I only saw 1, I said. Marcy looked directly at me for the first time since we'd started this conversation. You saw the fifth one, she said. We sat in silence for several minutes, both of us processing what this meant. According to Marcy's experience, seeing 5 visitors around someone meant they weren't going to survive whatever medical crisis was coming. How long? I asked. How long does it usually take after you see 5 visitors? It varies, Marcy said. Sometimes a few days, sometimes a few weeks. But it's always 5 visitors when someone's going to pass away. Always exactly 5. And you've never been wrong about this? Not when there are 5 visitors, Marcy said. I've been wrong about other things, misread situations, but never when there are 5 of them. I spent the rest of that shift thinking about Henry, lying in a hospital bed, probably feeling scared and confused about why his body had suddenly betrayed him. And according to Marcy, these visitor things had already decided he wasn't going to make it home. What exactly do they look like? I asked Marcy later that night. The visitors. Tall, dark, like shadows that are too solid, she said. They don't have faces, at least not faces I can make out. And they move without making noise, like they're not quite touching the ground. That matched exactly what I'd seen going into Henry's room. Do they do anything? Or do they just stand there? They just wait, Marcy said. They position themselves around the bed and wait. Sometimes they're there for hours, sometimes just a few minutes, but they're always calm, patient, like they have all the time in the world. Do the residents see them? I don't think so, Marcy said. At least no one's ever mentioned seeing anything unusual. But some residents do get restless when the visitors are present. They have trouble sleeping, or they complain about feeling cold, or they ask for extra lights in their room. Over the next week, Marcy and I kept in touch with the day shift about Henry's condition. He was stable, but not improving. The doctors had run extensive tests without finding a clear cause for his blood pressure episode. They were talking about keeping him hospitalized indefinitely while they tried to figure out what was wrong. Then, 2 weeks after the night I saw the visitor in Henry's room, Marcy called me at home. Henry passed away this morning, she said without preamble. I'd been expecting this call, but it still hit me like a punch to the chest. What happened? His heart just stopped, Marcy said. The doctors said there was no warning. He was stable 1 minute and gone the next. We were both quiet for a moment. I'm sorry, I said, though I wasn't sure exactly what I was apologizing for. It's not your fault, Marcy said. It's just the way it works. We saw what we saw, and now we know what it meant. That night at work, walking past Henry's empty room felt like walking past a grave. His belongings had been picked up by his family, and the room was being prepared for the next resident, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something important had happened in that space, something that had changed my understanding of what was possible in the world. Do you think Henry knew, I asked Marcy during our break, that he was going to die? I don't know, she said, but I think part of him might have sensed something. He seemed restless that last week, before the blood pressure episode, more anxious than usual. And you've been seeing these visitors for 6 years? Almost 6 years, Marcy confirmed. It started about a month after I began working here. At first, I thought I was just stressed or sleep-deprived, but the pattern became undeniable after a few months. How do you handle it? Knowing when someone's going to die? Marcy sighed deeply. Some days are harder than others, especially when it's someone I've grown attached to, but I've learned that I can't change what's going to happen. The visitors aren't causing the deaths. They're just there to witness them, maybe to help with the transition somehow. Have you ever tried to warn someone or their family? What would I say? Marcy asked. That I see shadow people around their relative's bed, and it means they're going to die? They'd think I was crazy, and they'd probably be right to think so. I understood her dilemma. Even having seen one of these visitors myself, I could barely believe what we were talking about. If someone had told me this story a month ago, I would have assumed they were having mental health issues. But I had seen that figure with my own eyes. I had watched it glide into Henry's room with impossible smoothness, and I had seen how it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And 2 weeks later, Henry was dead. "Do you see them anywhere else?" I asked. "Outside of work, I mean." "No," Marcy said immediately. "Only here, only around the residence." I think they're connected to this place somehow, or to what happens here. Over the next few weeks, I started paying attention to things I'd never noticed before. I watched for unusual shadows, listened for movements that didn't quite sound human, and observed the residents for signs of restlessness that might indicate visitor presence. I never saw any visitors myself during that time, but Marcy continued to make her quiet predictions. She'd mentioned that Mrs. Chen was going to have a rough few days, and Mrs. Chen would develop pneumonia, or she'd note that Mr. Williams might need some extra attention soon, and Mr. Williams would have a fall that required hospitalization. But she never mentioned seeing multiple visitors around anyone else, and all of her predictions during this period involved recoverable conditions. It seemed like the visitors were giving people warnings about minor health issues, not announcing imminent deaths. Then, in early December, Marcy saw visitors around Mrs. Patterson. "Just 2 of them," she told me during our break. "Mrs. Patterson is going to have some health problems, but she should be okay." Mrs. Patterson was 91 and had been declining gradually for months. She had good days and bad days, but overall she seemed to be holding steady. When Marcy predicted health problems for her, I wasn't particularly surprised. But 3 days later, when I was doing my 2 a.m. round, I saw something that made my blood run cold. I was checking on the second-floor residence when I noticed unusual activity around Mrs. Patterson's room. There were dark figures moving in the hallway outside her door, and as I got closer, I could see there were more of them than I'd ever seen before. They weren't just standing around her bed like the visitor I'd seen with Henry. These figures were moving, positioning themselves throughout her room and in the hallway outside. They seemed agitated, urgent, like they were preparing for something significant. I counted them as carefully as I could without getting too close. There were at least 6, maybe 7, dark figures surrounding Mrs. Patterson's room, more than Marcy had ever described seeing around anyone. I went to find Marcy immediately. "I think you need to see Mrs. Patterson's room," I told her. We walked to the second floor together, and as we approached Mrs. Patterson's room, I could see Marcy's face go pale. "How many do you see?" I whispered. Marcy stood outside Mrs. Patterson's door for a long moment, and I could see her counting silently. 8, she said finally, and her voice was barely audible. "I've never seen 8 visitors before. Mrs. Patterson died that night. Not in 2 weeks, not even in 2 days. She passed away peacefully in her sleep sometime between our 4 a.m. check and when the day shift arrived at 7 a.m. When we found her during our final round, she looked calm and comfortable, like she'd simply gone to sleep and decided not to wake up. There were no signs of distress, no indication that she'd suffered or struggled. But she was gone. 8 visitors, Marcy said quietly, as we waited for the day shift supervisor to handle the necessary procedures. I didn't know they could gather in those numbers. "What do you think it means?" I asked. "I think it means Mrs. Patterson was someone special," Marcy said. "Someone who deserved an honor guard. That's been 3 months ago now, and I still work the night shift at Sunset Manor. But everything feels different since that December night. I can't walk through those hallways without scanning for dark figures, can't check on sleeping residents without wondering if I'm going to see visitors positioned around their beds. Marcy and I have developed an unspoken system. If either of us sees visitors around someone, we make sure that resident gets extra attention and comfort during what might be their final days or weeks. We can't prevent what's going to happen, but we can make sure no one faces it alone." I've seen visitors 3 more times since Mrs. Patterson died. Twice it was single visitors, indicating health problems that the residents recovered from. Once it was 3 visitors around Mr. Rodriguez, and he passed away quietly 4 days later. Each time I see them, I'm struck by how calm and patient they appear. They're not menacing or frightening in the way you might expect supernatural entities to be. They're just there, waiting, like they have a job to do, and they're going to see it through with dignity and respect. But what disturbs me most is how normal this has all become. 3 months ago, if someone had told me I'd be casually observing death omens as part of my work routine, I would have thought they were insane. Now checking for visitors feels as natural as checking vital signs or making sure someone has enough blankets. I still don't understand what these visitors are, where they come from, or why Marcy and I can see them when apparently no one else can. I don't know if they're spirits of people who died in this building, psychic manifestations of impending death, or something else entirely. What I do know is that they're real, they're accurate, and they're not going away. Last night, during my 4 a.m. round, I saw a single visitor standing at the foot of my own bed when I got home from work. Just for a moment, just long enough to make eye contact across my bedroom before it faded away. I haven't told Marcy about this yet. I'm not sure I'm ready to know what it means when you see visitors around yourself. But I have a feeling I'm going to find out soon. Story 4. I'm still not right after what happened at my uncle's farm last summer, and I know that sounds dramatic, but I mean it literally. Something about that night changed me in a way I can't shake off, and even though I've tried to rationalize what I saw, I keep coming back to the same conclusion. There was something in that barn that shouldn't have been there. My uncle owns about 200 acres in rural Nebraska, mostly corn and soybeans, and he's been working that land for over 30 years. He's one of those old-school farmers who does everything himself except during planting and harvest season, when he needs extra hands to get everything done on schedule. Last June, he called and asked if I could come help for a week during planting, and since I was between jobs anyway, I figured why not. I'd visited the farm plenty of times growing up, but I'd never stayed for more than a day or two. The house sits about a quarter-mile back from the main road, surrounded by fields on 3 sides and a small patch of woods on the 4th. There's the main house, which is a typical farmhouse from the 1940s, a machine shed where my uncle keeps his bigger equipment, and an old barn that's been there since before he bought the property. The barn is probably 80 years old, built from wood that's weathered to a silver-grey color. It's not huge, maybe 40 feet by 60 feet, but it's solid construction with a concrete foundation and a metal roof that my uncle had installed about 10 years ago. He uses it mainly for storing feed, tools, and his older tractor, a John Deere from the 80s that still runs perfectly but isn't big enough for the heavy work anymore. I arrived on a Sunday afternoon in mid-June, right at the start of what was supposed to be a busy week. The weather had been perfect for planting, enough rain to soften the soil, but not so much that the fields were muddy, and my uncle wanted to get his corn in the ground before the forecast changed. The work was exactly what you'd expect. Long days, driving tractors, filling planters, checking equipment, and dealing with the 1,000 small problems that come up when you're trying to plant 800 acres of corn in less than a week. I was staying in the guest bedroom upstairs, which had a window that looked out toward the barn and the machine shed. For the first few days, everything was completely normal. We'd start work around 6 a.m., break for lunch, work until dark, eat dinner, and then collapse into bed. The only sounds at night were the usual farm noises, insects, the occasional coyote, and the wind moving through the corn that was already planted. But on Wednesday night, things started feeling different. I woke up around 11:30 p.m. to the sound of something banging rhythmically outside. It was a hollow, metallic sound, like a piece of loose metal hitting against wood. I lay in bed for a few minutes, hoping it would stop on its own, but it kept going at irregular intervals. Bang, pause, Bang, bang, long pause. Bang. I got up and looked out my window to see if I could spot what was making the noise. The moon was almost full that night, bright enough to see the outlines of the buildings and the fence line, but not bright enough to make out details. The banging seemed to be coming from the direction of the barn. I put on my jeans and sneakers and went downstairs, thinking I'd just walk out and secure whatever was loose. My uncle was a heavy sleeper, and I didn't want the noise to wake him up after the long day we'd had. The night air was warm and humid, typical for Nebraska in June, and the insects were incredibly loud. Cicadas, crickets, and probably a dozen other bugs I couldn't identify were creating this wall of sound that made it hard to hear anything else. But I could still make out the banging noise, and it was definitely coming from the barn. As I got closer, I could see that the side door of the barn was hanging open, swinging slightly in the breeze. That explained the banging. The door was hitting against the frame every time the wind caught it. The side door was about halfway down the long wall of the barn, and it opened into the area where my uncle stored feed and smaller tools. There was also a regular-sized door on the front of the barn, and two big sliding doors that could accommodate tractors and other large equipment. But the side door was the one we used most often for quick access. I walked over and grabbed the door to stop it from swinging. That's when I realized it should have been locked. My uncle was religious about locking up his buildings at night, especially during planting season when there was expensive equipment sitting around. But the padlock that should have secured the door was hanging open, and I was pretty sure we'd locked it after putting away tools that evening. I stood there for a minute, trying to remember if maybe we'd forgotten to lock it, or if the lock had somehow come undone on its own. But I had a clear memory of my uncle checking the door before we went in for dinner. He always did a walk around of all the buildings before calling it a night. The smart thing would have been to just lock the door and go back to bed, but I was worried that maybe someone had broken in, or that animals had gotten into the feed. So I decided to take a quick look inside to make sure everything was okay. I pulled out my phone to use the flashlight, but the battery was almost dead and the light was dim and yellowish. Luckily, I remembered seeing a flashlight in the kitchen junk drawer, so I went back to the house and grabbed it. It was one of those cheap plastic flashlights you can buy for $3 at Walmart, the kind that's bright for about 10 minutes before the beam starts getting weak. I walked back to the barn and pushed open the side door. The hinges creaked loudly, which seemed ridiculously loud in the quiet night air. I shined the flashlight inside and immediately noticed the temperature difference. Even though it was a warm night outside, the air inside the barn felt at least 10 degrees cooler, and it had that particular smell of old hay mixed with motor oil and dust that you get in farm buildings. The beam of my flashlight wasn't very strong, but it was enough to see that everything looked normal in the immediate area inside the door. There were bags of seed corn stacked against one wall, a workbench with hand tools, and various buckets and containers that my uncle used for small repairs and maintenance. I stepped inside and swept the flashlight beam around the interior of the barn. The space was bigger than it looked from outside, with a high ceiling supported by heavy wooden beams. My uncle's old tractor was parked in the center of the barn, and there were pieces of farm equipment arranged around the walls. A cultivator, a disc harrow, and some other implements I couldn't identify in the dim light. Everything appeared to be exactly where it should be. No signs of forced entry, no evidence that animals had gotten in, no indication that anything had been disturbed. I was starting to think the lock had just worked loose somehow, and the wind had blown the door open. But something felt off, in a way I couldn't put my finger on. Maybe it was just the eerie atmosphere of being alone in a big, dark building in the middle of the night, but I had this nagging sense that something wasn't right. I decided to turn off the flashlight for a moment and listen carefully, thinking maybe I'd hear mice or raccoons if they were hiding somewhere in the barn. So I clicked off the light and stood there in the darkness, letting my eyes adjust while I listened for any sounds that shouldn't be there. The contrast was incredible. Outside, the insects were still creating their wall of noise, but inside the barn, it was much quieter. I could hear the metal roof expanding and contracting as it cooled down from the day's heat, and there was a slight whistling sound where the wind hit the gaps between the boards, but no sounds of animals, no scratching or scurrying that would indicate unwanted visitors. I was about to turn the flashlight back on when I saw something move. It was over by the tractor, maybe 20 feet away from where I was standing. Just a shift in the shadows that caught my eye, like someone or something changing position. At first, I thought it might be my imagination. When you're standing in a dark building at midnight, your mind can play tricks on you. But then I saw it again. There was definitely something crouched next to the rear wheel of the tractor, something darker than the surrounding shadows. And as I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, it moved again. The shape was roughly human-sized, but it was crouched down low, like someone hiding behind the tractor wheel. And as I watched, it slowly tilted what I assumed was its head, turning toward me like it had just noticed I was there. That's when the terror hit me. It wasn't just fear or surprise. It was pure, paralyzing terror that started in my chest and spread through my entire body like ice water. My heart started hammering so hard I could hear it over the sound of the insects outside, and I felt that cold, sick feeling in my stomach that tells you something is very, very wrong. I wanted to turn on the flashlight to get a better look at what I was seeing, but my hands weren't responding properly. I wanted to call out and ask who was there, but my throat felt like it was closed off. I wanted to back toward the door and get out of there, but my legs felt like they were made of concrete. I just stood there, frozen, watching this crouched shape as it continued to tilt its head in my direction. The movement was slow and deliberate, like it was studying me, trying to figure out what I was doing there. And there was something about the way it moved that didn't seem quite human. The head tilt was too pronounced, held too long, like the way a bird or a dog might cock its head when hearing an unfamiliar sound. The seconds stretched out like hours. I have no idea how long I actually stood there, but it felt like an eternity. My rational mind was trying to convince me that this was just a person. Maybe someone who'd broken in to steal something and was hiding when they heard me approach. But every instinct I had was screaming that this wasn't a person, that this was something else entirely. Finally, after what felt like forever, my fight or flight response kicked in. But instead of fight or flight, I went with panic. I spun around, slammed into the doorframe in my haste to get out, and then yanked the door shut behind me so hard that the whole barn seemed to shake. I didn't stop to lock the door. I didn't stop to think about what I'd seen or what it might mean. I just ran back to the house as fast as I could, my heart pounding and my breath coming in short gasps. Once I was inside with the door locked behind me, I stood in the kitchen for several minutes, trying to calm down and figure out what had just happened. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto the flashlight, and I was sweating despite the cool air conditioning in the house. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it had been a homeless person who'd found shelter in the barn. Maybe it was a neighbor's kid playing a prank. Maybe my eyes had been playing tricks on me in the darkness, and I'd mistaken some piece of equipment for a crouched figure. But none of those explanations felt right. The shape I'd seen had been too deliberately positioned, too aware of my presence, and there was something about the way it had moved that was unlike anything I'd ever encountered. I considered waking up my uncle and telling him what had happened, but I wasn't sure how to explain it without sounding like I was having some kind of breakdown. "Hey, I think there might be someone hiding in your barn, but I'm not sure because I was too scared to turn on my flashlight and actually look." Didn't seem like a particularly coherent report. Instead, I went upstairs and spent the rest of the night sitting by my bedroom window, watching the barn and waiting to see if anything else would happen. But the building remained dark and still, and eventually I must have dozed off in the chair. When I woke up, it was already light outside, and I could hear my uncle moving around downstairs, starting his morning routine. I felt embarrassed about my reaction the night before, and I was hoping that daylight would make the whole experience seem less threatening. After breakfast, I walked out to the barn with my uncle to get some tools we needed for the day's work. In the bright morning sunlight, the barn looked completely normal. Just a weathered old building surrounded by farm equipment and the usual rural debris. My uncle unlocked the front door, and we went inside. I immediately looked toward the spot where I thought I'd seen the crouched figure, but there was nothing there except the tractor and some empty space. The dirt floor showed our footprints from previous days, along with tire tracks from when we'd moved equipment around, but there were no fresh footprints that would indicate someone else had been in there. "Everything look okay to you?" My uncle asked, probably noticing that I was examining the floor more carefully than usual. "Yeah, everything looks fine," I said. "I thought I heard something banging around last night, but it was probably just the wind." "That side door likes to work itself loose sometimes," he said. "I keep meaning to replace that latch, but you know how it is. Never enough time to fix the little things." We gathered our tools and got back to work, but I spent the entire day thinking about what had happened. In the daylight, surrounded by normal farm activity, the whole experience seemed almost dreamlike. Had I really seen something, or had my imagination gotten the better of me in a dark, unfamiliar environment? But I couldn't shake the memory of that slow head tilt, the deliberate way the shape had turned toward me. And I couldn't forget the intensity of the fear I'd felt, that bone-deep terror that had made it impossible for me to move or think clearly. That evening, after dinner, I found an excuse to walk past the barn and check the side door. It was locked tight, just like it should be. But as I stood there looking at the building in the fading light, I felt that same uneasy sensation I'd experienced the night before, like something was watching me from inside. I finished out the week helping my uncle with the planting, but I never went near the barn at night again. During the day, working alongside my uncle, the building felt completely normal. But after dark, just looking at it from my bedroom window gave me chills. On my last night there, I lay in bed listening to the usual farm sounds: insects, wind, the distant sound of highway traffic. But around midnight, I heard that familiar banging noise again, the side door of the barn swinging in the breeze. I got up and looked out my window. The door was definitely open, moving back and forth in the wind, just like it had a week earlier. But this time, I didn't go out to investigate. I just watched from my bedroom window until the noise stopped, presumably when the wind died down enough that the door stopped moving. The next morning, my uncle mentioned that he'd found the barn door open again. "I really need to fix that latch," he said. "It's been doing that more often lately." I wanted to ask him if he'd noticed anything unusual about the barn, if he'd ever seen anything that didn't belong there, but I couldn't figure out how to bring it up without sounding paranoid or crazy. Instead, I helped him load my stuff into my car and said goodbye. As I was driving away, I took one last look at the barn in my rearview mirror. In the bright morning sunlight, it looked like any other old farm building, but I knew I'd never be able to look at it the same way again. That was 8 months ago, and I still think about that night regularly. I've come up with dozens of theories about what I might have seen: a homeless person, an animal, shadows created by moonlight, some kind of optical illusion caused by fatigue and stress. But none of those explanations account for the specific details I remember so clearly. The deliberate way the shape had positioned itself behind the tractor wheel, the slow, studied head tilt as it turned toward me, the sense of intelligent awareness, like it was as surprised to see me as I was to see it. And most of all, none of those explanations account for the intensity of my physical reaction. I've been startled before, I've been scared before, but I've never experienced that level of paralyzing terror. My body knew something was wrong before my brain had time to process what I was seeing. I've thought about calling my uncle and asking if he's noticed anything strange around the farm, but I'm not sure what good that would do. If he has seen something, he's probably keeping it to himself for the same reasons I did. And if he hasn't, then telling him about my experience would just worry him unnecessarily. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if that thing is still there, still crouched in the shadows of that old barn, waiting for the next person to stumble across it in the darkness. And I wonder if next time, whoever finds it will be brave enough to turn on their flashlight and get a better look. I know I wasn't. Story 5. I've never told anyone the full story about what happened at the old grain mill on River Road, mainly because most of it sounds completely insane when you say it out loud. But it's been 15 years since that night, and I still wake up sometimes with my heart racing, remembering that moment when every instinct I had was screaming at me not to go down those stairs. The mill had been abandoned since before I was born, sitting right where River Road crosses Willow Creek, about 3 miles outside town. It was one of those old industrial buildings from the early 1900s, built when the railroad still came through and farmers from all over the county would bring their grain to be processed. By the time I was 17, it had been sitting empty for decades, slowly falling apart and becoming the kind of place that attracts teenagers looking for somewhere to hang out and drink beer away from their parents. The main building was 3 stories tall, made of red brick with a tin roof that had holes rusted through it in several places. It sat right at the edge of the creek, and the whole structure leaned slightly toward the water, like the foundation had been undermined over the years. Most of the windows were broken, and the ones that weren't had been boarded up with plywood that was warped and weathered grey. Everyone in town knew the story about the flood. It happened in 1936, during one of those spring storms that dump 6 inches of rain in a few hours and turn every creek into a raging river. Willow Creek came up fast and hard, faster than anyone expected, and by the time the water started pouring into the mill, there were still workers inside, trying to save equipment and grain. 3 men drowned that night. The water came in so fast that they got trapped on the lower level when the creek overflowed its banks and poured through the big loading doors. Their bodies weren't found until the water receded 2 days later. After that, the mill never reopened. The owner couldn't afford to rebuild, and nobody else wanted to take over a place where people had died. By the time I was in high school, the mill had become one of those local landmarks that parents warned their kids to stay away from, which of course made it irresistible to anyone under the age of 20. The building wasn't exactly safe. The floors were rotted in places, there were holes in the roof, and the whole structure creaked and swayed in the wind. But it was also the perfect place to go if you wanted to drink or smoke without worrying about getting caught. I'd been inside a few times with different groups of friends, but always during the day, and never for very long. Something about the place made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't just the fact that people had died there, or that the building was falling down. There was something else. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up whenever I walked through those empty rooms. The night everything happened was in late September, about a month into my senior year. My cousin had driven down from college for the weekend, and we were looking for something to do on a Saturday night that wouldn't involve hanging out at the same boring parties everyone else was going to. My cousin was 2 years older than me, and had always been the adventurous one in the family. When we were kids, he was the one who would dare me to climb the water tower or explore the old mines outside town. So when he suggested we check out the grain mill, I wasn't really surprised. "I've never been inside that place," he said as we drove past it on our way back from dinner. "Everyone at school used to talk about it, but I never got around to going." "It's not that interesting," I told him. "Just a bunch of empty rooms and rotted wood." "Come on," he said, "it'll be fun." Besides, when am I going to get another chance? I'm only home for the weekend. So we drove back to my house, grabbed a couple of flashlights, and headed out to the mill around 9:30 p.m. It was a clear night with a half moon, bright enough to see the outline of the building as we parked on the shoulder of River Road. The main entrance had been boarded up years ago, but there was a side door that someone had forced open, probably other teenagers who'd had the same idea we did. We squeezed through the gap between the door and the frame and found ourselves in what had once been the main processing floor. The space was huge, probably 60 feet by 80 feet, with a ceiling that disappeared into darkness above our heads. There were still pieces of old machinery scattered around, giant metal gears, conveyor belt frames, and other equipment I couldn't identify. Everything was covered in dust and bird droppings, and the air smelled like mold and rotting wood. We spent maybe 20 minutes exploring the ground floor, shining our flashlights into corners and trying to figure out what all the machinery had been used for. My cousin was fascinated by the industrial archaeology of it all, taking pictures with his phone and asking me questions about the mill's history that I couldn't answer. But the longer we stayed, the more uncomfortable I felt. It wasn't anything specific, just a growing sense that we weren't alone in the building. Every little sound, a mouse scurrying across the floor, wind whistling through the broken windows, the building settling and creaking, made me jump and spin around to see what was behind us. "You hear that?" my cousin asked at one point. We stopped walking and listened. I could hear the usual sounds of an old building at night, but nothing that seemed out of place. "Hear what?" I thought I heard someone laughing. I listened more carefully, but all I could make out was the sound of water running over rocks in the creek outside and the distant noise of traffic on River Road. "Probably just kids playing by the creek," I said. But my cousin was already walking toward the back of the building, following some sound I couldn't hear. He stopped near what had once been a loading dock, where big doors opened directly onto the creek. The doors were long gone, leaving just a rectangular opening that framed the moonlit water beyond. "There," he said, pointing toward the back corner of the room. "You didn't hear that?" I stood next to him and listened as carefully as I could. At first, there was nothing. Then, just barely audible over the sound of the creek, I heard it too. Someone laughing. It was a girl's voice, young, maybe a teenager. She was laughing like she'd just heard something funny, not the kind of wild or crazy laughter you might expect in a creepy old building. Just normal, happy laughter, like she was talking with friends. The weird part was how clear it sounded. It wasn't echoing like you'd expect in a big empty space, and it wasn't muffled like it would be if someone was outside the building. It sounded like the person was standing maybe 20 feet away from us, right there in the back corner of the room. My cousin and I looked at each other, and I could see in his face that he was hearing exactly the same thing I was. We both turned toward the sound at exactly the same moment, our flashlight beams crossing as we tried to illuminate the corner where the laughter was coming from. But there was nothing there. Just empty space, rusted machinery, and shadows. The laughter continued for maybe 10 more seconds, then stopped abruptly. Not like it was fading away as someone walked off, but like someone had suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence. "Okay, that was weird," my cousin said, but he sounded more intrigued than scared. I was ready to leave right then. The laughter had been too clear, too close, too real to be coming from outside the building. And the fact that both of us had heard it at exactly the same time, had turned toward the same spot without talking about it, made it impossible to dismiss as imagination. But my cousin was already walking toward the staircase at the far end of the building. "Let's check out the second floor," he said. The staircase was one of those industrial metal staircases with open risers, the kind you find in factories and warehouses. It looked solid enough, but it was covered in rust, and there were gaps where some of the bolts had worked loose over the years. Each step rang out like a bell as we climbed, echoing through the empty building. The second floor was smaller than the main floor, maybe half the size. and it had obviously been used for offices and storage rather than processing. There were still some metal desks pushed against one wall and filing cabinets that had been tipped over and emptied out years ago. The floor was covered with scattered papers, broken glass, and other debris that crunched under our feet as we walked around. But something about the second floor felt different from the ground level. The air was colder for one thing, even though heat should rise and make the upper floor warmer. And there was a smell up there that I hadn't noticed downstairs, something sweet and cloying that reminded me of flowers that had been left in water too long. We were exploring what had probably been the mill manager's office when we heard footsteps. Not the sound of our own feet crunching through debris, but deliberate footsteps coming from somewhere else in the building. Slow, measured steps, like someone walking carefully through an unfamiliar space. My cousin and I both stopped moving and listened. The footsteps were coming from below us, from the main floor we'd just left. Someone was walking around down there, moving from room to room like they were searching for something. "There's someone else here," my cousin whispered. We turned off our flashlights and moved quietly toward the windows that overlooked the parking area where we'd left our car. I was hoping to see another vehicle, some indication of who else might be in the building. But the road was empty except for our car. The footsteps continued for several more minutes, moving systematically through the ground floor. Then they stopped, and we heard the sound of someone starting to climb the metal staircase. Each step on the stairs rang out clearly in the silence, and I could tell that whoever was climbing was taking their time, placing their feet carefully on each riser. The sound grew louder as they got closer to the second floor. My cousin grabbed my arm and pointed toward a doorway at the far end of the room. We moved as quietly as we could through the debris, trying not to make any noise that would give away our location. The doorway led to another staircase, this one made of wood, that went up to what I assumed was the third floor. But as we reached the bottom of the wooden staircase, something stopped me dead in my tracks. Every nerve in my body suddenly started screaming danger. It wasn't a thought or a decision. It was a physical reaction, like touching an electric fence. My heart started pounding, my hands started shaking, and I felt this overwhelming urge to get away from those stairs immediately. I looked at my cousin, and I could see that he was feeling the same thing. His face had gone pale, and he was staring up the wooden staircase like he was looking at something horrifying. The footsteps on the metal staircase had reached the second floor. Whoever was down there was now on the same level as us, probably looking around the office space we'd just vacated. In a few minutes, they'd find the doorway we'd escaped through, and they'd see us standing at the bottom of the wooden stairs. But I couldn't make myself start climbing. Every instinct I had was telling me that going up those stairs would be the worst mistake I could possibly make. Not just dangerous, but fundamentally wrong, like stepping off a cliff or walking into traffic. My cousin took one step up the wooden staircase, and I saw him immediately recoil like he'd been slapped. He stumbled backward, nearly knocking me over, and grabbed onto the doorframe to steady himself. "We can't go up there," he whispered, and his voice was shaking. The footsteps in the main office space were getting closer. We could hear whoever it was moving through the debris, searching methodically through the rooms. In another minute or two, they'd find our hiding place. But the alternative was climbing those wooden stairs, and every fiber of my being was telling me that was not an option. I looked around desperately for another way out, and that's when I noticed the window. It was a large industrial window, maybe 4 feet wide and 6 feet tall, and it opened onto what had once been a loading platform on the side of the building. The platform was long gone, but there was a pile of rubble and old equipment underneath the window that looked like it might break or fall. It was crazy. We were on the second floor, probably 15 feet off the ground, and jumping out a window onto a pile of junk was a good way to break an ankle or worse. But the terror I felt about those wooden stairs was stronger than my fear of getting hurt in a fall. My cousin had apparently come to the same conclusion. He was already working on getting the window open, prying at the frame with a piece of metal he'd picked up off the floor. The window was old and warped, and it took both of us working together to get it unstuck. The footsteps in the office space stopped right outside our doorway. I don't know if whoever was out there saw us, or if they were just pausing to look around. But in that moment of silence, with the footsteps stopped and the building holding its breath, I knew we were out of time. My cousin got the window open and immediately swung his legs over the sill. He looked down at the pile of debris below, took a deep breath, and jumped. I heard him hit the ground with a crash and a curse, but then he called up to me that he was okay. I could hear the footsteps starting to move again, coming toward our doorway, and I didn't wait to see who they belonged to. I climbed out the window and jumped. The landing was brutal. I hit the pile of old boards and rusted metal, rolled sideways, and ended up flat on my back, staring up at the night sky. My left shoulder felt like it was on fire, and I was pretty sure I'd cut my hand on something sharp, but nothing seemed to be broken. My cousin helped me to my feet, and we ran to our car without looking back. I was shaking so badly I could barely get my seatbelt fastened, and neither of us said anything until we were back on the main road, heading toward town. "What the hell was that about?" my cousin finally asked. "I don't know," I said. "But did you feel it too? When we got to those stairs?" "Like every alarm in my head was going off at once," he said. "I've never felt anything like that before." We drove the rest of the way home in silence, both of us trying to process what had just happened. The rational part of my mind was insisting that we'd panicked over nothing, that we'd let our imaginations run away with us in a creepy old building. But I couldn't shake the memory of that overwhelming terror I'd felt at the bottom of the wooden staircase. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of sirens. I looked out my bedroom window and saw fire trucks racing down River Road toward the creek. Black smoke was rising from the direction of the old mill, and I had a sick feeling in my stomach before I even turned on the radio to find out what was happening. The back section of the grain mill was on fire. The wooden addition that housed the upper staircase and whatever was on the third floor was completely engulfed in flames. By the time the fire department got there, that entire section of the building had burned to the ground. The fire marshal said it was probably caused by electrical problems in the old wiring, or maybe someone had been smoking in the building and left a cigarette butt smoldering. But there was no electricity connected to the mill anymore, and my cousin and I hadn't been smoking. The main brick building survived because the fire department was able to contain the blaze before it spread. But the wooden section was a total loss. Within a few hours, all that remained of the back part of the mill was a pile of charred timbers and twisted metal. I never told anyone that my cousin and I had been in the building the night before. I was afraid we'd get blamed for starting the fire somehow, even though we'd been nowhere near the section that burned. But I couldn't stop thinking about those wooden stairs and about the terror that had kept us from climbing them. What if there had been something up there? What if whatever we'd sensed had been trying to warn us, not scare us? Over the years, I've come up with a dozen different theories about what happened that night. Maybe there really had been someone else in the building, someone who'd accidentally started the fire after we left. Maybe the structural damage to that section of the mill was worse than it looked, and climbing those stairs would have sent us plummeting through rotten floorboards. Or maybe there are some places where bad things happened and something lingers to keep people away from danger. I've never been back to the mill. The main building is still there, more boarded up and deteriorated than ever, but I drive a different route when I have to go out that way. My cousin moved to another state after college, and we've never talked about that night since. But sometimes, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I think about those wooden stairs and wonder what we would have found if we'd climbed them. And I wonder if whatever stopped us was the same thing that made sure the fire happened just 12 hours later, destroying the very place we'd been too terrified to enter. I'm grateful we listened to that terror, whatever caused it. Because I have a feeling that if we'd climbed those stairs, we wouldn't have been jumping out of any second-floor windows. We would have been trapped up there when the fire started. Story 6. I still can't listen to any music from Shrek 2 without getting physically sick to my stomach, which I know sounds ridiculous, but after what happened at that hunting cabin, certain sounds just trigger something in my brain that makes me want to run. It's been 2 years since that night, and I still have trouble sleeping when it's completely quiet, because that's when I start hearing that music again, unfolding in my head like some kind of twisted symphony that never seems to end. My friend had inherited his uncle's hunting cabin up in northern Minnesota after the old man died, and we'd driven up there on a weekend in October to clean the place out and figure out what to do with it. The uncle had been living there year-round for the past 5 years, basically using it as his permanent residence after he retired. So there was a lot more stuff to go through than you'd normally find in a hunting cabin. Personal belongings, furniture, kitchen supplies, all the accumulated junk of someone who'd been living alone in the woods for half a decade. The cabin was about as remote as you could get without needing a helicopter to reach it. 20 minutes down a dirt logging road that barely qualified as a road, surrounded by thick forest on all sides, with the nearest neighbor probably 3 miles away. It was the kind of place where you couldn't get cell phone service, and the only sounds at night were owls, coyotes, and the wind moving through the pine trees. It was a decent-sized cabin, probably built in the 70s, with 2 bedrooms, a living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen that was bigger than most cabin kitchens, and a screened-in porch that looked out over a small lake. The uncle had clearly spent some money fixing it up over the years. The plumbing worked, there was a generator for backup power, and the place was well insulated for the brutal Minnesota winters. We'd spent Saturday going through boxes and bags of the uncle's belongings, sorting things into piles of what to keep, what to donate, and what to throw away. It was depressing work, honestly. Going through someone's entire life after they're gone, making decisions about objects that had probably meant something important to them but just looked like junk to us. By Saturday evening, we were both exhausted and ready to take a break from the cleaning. We'd brought some beer and were planning to just relax, maybe watch a movie on the old TV the uncle had set up in the living room, and get an early start on Sunday morning to finish up. That's when we found the brownies. They were in a plastic container in the back of the freezer, wrapped in aluminum foil, with a piece of masking tape that had "Special Batch" written on it in the uncle's handwriting. At first I thought they were just regular brownies that he'd made and frozen for later, but when we took them out to defrost, the smell was unmistakable. "Dude," my friend said, holding the container up to his nose, "I think these are pot brownies." I'd smoked weed a few times in college, but I'd never tried edibles. My friend was a little more experienced with that kind of thing, and he was grinning like he'd found buried treasure. "The old man was a stoner," he said. "Who would have thought?" Looking back, this is where we should have just put the brownies back in the freezer and pretended we'd never found them. But we'd been working hard all day. We were tired and bored, and the idea of getting a little high and watching stupid movies seemed like exactly what we needed. "How strong do you think they are?" I asked. My friend broke off a small piece and examined it like he was some kind of expert. "Hard to say. Homemade edibles can be unpredictable. Let's start with half of one each and see what happens." So we each ate half a brownie and settled in to watch Shrek 2, which was one of the DVDs we'd found in the uncle's collection. It seemed like a harmless choice, a fun, silly animated movie that would be perfect for watching while slightly high. For the first hour or so, everything was completely normal. The brownies didn't seem to be having any effect at all, and we were starting to think maybe they were just regular brownies after all. Or maybe they'd lost their potency from being frozen for however long. But then, about 90 minutes into the movie, things started getting weird. It began with my friend acting restless and paranoid. He kept glancing over at me with this suspicious look, like he thought I was up to something. At first, I figured he was just getting a little high and being silly about it. But then, he started moving away from me on the couch, scooting toward the far end like he was trying to put distance between us. When I asked him what was wrong, he just shook his head and mumbled something about feeling weird. The movie was still playing, but neither of us was really watching it anymore. My friend was now sitting on the very edge of the couch, as far from me as he could get while still being on the same piece of furniture. He was staring at me with this expression I'd never seen before, not just paranoid, but genuinely frightened, like he thought I was going to attack him. "Are you okay?" I asked, and he actually flinched when I spoke. "Don't," he said, holding up his hands like he was trying to ward me off. "Don't what? I'm just sitting here." But even as I said it, I was starting to feel strange too, not paranoid like my friend, but different. Like the room was slightly out of focus, and sounds were coming from directions that didn't make sense. The dialogue from Shrek 2 seemed to be echoing weirdly, and I could swear I was hearing music that wasn't part of the movie soundtrack. My friend suddenly stood up and backed away from the couch, putting the coffee table between us. "Stay there," he said, and his voice was shaking. "Dude, what's wrong with you?" "It's just the brownies. You're having a bad reaction or something." But he wasn't listening. He was staring at me like I'd turned into some kind of monster, his eyes wide and his breathing shallow and quick. Then, without warning, he rushed at me. Not to hurt me exactly, but like he was trying to push me away from something. He slammed into me with his shoulder, knocking me sideways on the couch, then immediately wrapped his arms around me in this desperate, crushing hug. "I'm sorry," he kept saying over and over. I'm sorry, I can't help it." He was squeezing me so tight I could barely breathe, his arms wrapped around my chest like he was trying to protect me from something, but at the same time it felt like he was trying to crush the life out of me. "Let go," I gasped. But he only held on tighter. This went on for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 or 30 minutes. He'd push me away, stare at me in terror, then grab onto me again like his life depended on it. The whole time he was muttering things I couldn't understand, fragments of sentences that didn't make any sense. By this point, I was starting to feel the full effects of whatever had been in those brownies, and it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. The room felt like it was breathing, expanding and contracting slightly with each breath I took. Colors were too bright, sounds were too loud, and I was beginning to hear music that definitely wasn't coming from the TV. It wasn't music from the movie, and it wasn't coming from any external source I could identify. It was like someone had put headphones in my brain and was playing a soundtrack that only I could hear. Complex, layered music that seemed to shift and change every few seconds. Melodies that would start and then transform into something completely different before I could follow them to their conclusion. Around 3 a.m., I finally managed to get my friend to his bedroom. He was exhausted from whatever psychological battle he'd been fighting, and he seemed to have calmed down enough that I could guide him to the bed without him panicking or trying to tackle me. But as soon as he lay down, the problems started all over again. "Stop it," he said as soon as his head hit the pillow. "Stop what?" "You're shaking the bed. Cut it out." I was standing at least 3 feet away from the bed, not touching it at all. But he was staring at me with that same fearful expression he'd had in the living room. "I'm not touching the bed," I said. "You're just feeling the effects of whatever was in those brownies." "You're doing it on purpose," he insisted, "making it shake. Stop it." I sat down in the chair next to the bed to prove that I wasn't touching anything, but he continued to complain that the bed was moving. He tossed and turned for several minutes, getting more and more agitated, until finally he passed out from exhaustion. That's when things got really terrifying. As soon as my friend was unconscious, the bed started shaking for real. Not the gentle swaying that someone might imagine if they were high and paranoid. This was violent, aggressive shaking, like someone was grabbing the bed frame and jerking it back and forth with tremendous force. The whole bed was jumping and vibrating so hard that the frame was banging against the wall, and my friend's body was bouncing on the mattress, but he didn't wake up. Even with the bed shaking hard enough to rattle his teeth, he remained completely unconscious, his eyes closed and his breathing deep and regular, like he was in the deepest sleep of his life. I stood up from the chair, thinking maybe I should wake him up or move him to the couch or something, but as soon as I got close to the bed, the shaking got worse. It was like my presence was somehow making it happen, like I was the cause of whatever force was making the bed move. And that's when the music in my head got louder. It wasn't just background noise anymore, it was a full orchestra playing inside my skull. Complex symphonic pieces that seemed to respond to my movements and thoughts. When I stepped toward the bed, the music would surge and become more intense. When I backed away, it would quiet down, but never disappear completely. The weird part was that it was beautiful music. Not scary or discordant, but hauntingly beautiful. Like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was as if someone was composing a soundtrack to what was happening in real time, creating melodies and harmonies that perfectly matched the terror and confusion I was feeling. I tried to wake my friend by shaking his shoulder, but he was completely unresponsive. The bed continued to shake violently, and the music in my head reached a crescendo that was almost overwhelming. I could feel the melodies wrapping around my brain like living things, burrowing into my thoughts and memories and creating new neural pathways that shouldn't exist. For the next several hours, I sat in that chair watching my friend sleep on a bed that was shaking itself apart, while an invisible orchestra played a never-ending concert inside my head. I couldn't leave the room because I was afraid something would happen to him while I was gone, but I couldn't stay close to the bed, because that seemed to make the shaking worse. The music never stopped. It would change styles and tempo, sometimes sounding like classical music, sometimes like jazz, sometimes like nothing I could categorize, but it was always complex, always beautiful, and always just a little bit wrong, like it was being played by musicians who understood music theory perfectly but had never actually heard music before. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I remember was sunlight streaming through the bedroom window and the sound of birds singing outside. The bed had stopped shaking, and my friend was finally starting to wake up. The music in my head had faded to a whisper, but it was still there, still playing softly in the background like elevator music that I couldn't turn off. My friend sat up slowly, looking around the room like he wasn't sure where he was. Then he looked at me, and I could see that he remembered everything that had happened. "We need to talk," he said, and his voice was hoarse and shaky. We went out to the kitchen and made coffee, neither of us saying anything while we waited for the caffeine to help clear our heads. I was hoping that whatever he'd experienced had been similar to my night of bed shaking and phantom music, but I had a feeling it was going to be much worse than that. Finally, when we were both sitting at the kitchen table with our coffee, he told me what he'd seen. "There was something behind you," he said without making eye contact. "All night long, every time I looked at you, there was this thing standing right behind you." "What kind of thing?" "I don't know how to describe it. It looked like a person, but wrong. Like someone had tried to build a human being from memory, but got some of the details incorrect." He took a sip of his coffee, and I could see his hands shaking. "The worst part was the arms," he continued. "They were too long, and they bent in places where arms aren't supposed to bend, like they were made of branches or electrical wires instead of bones and muscle." I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't seen anything like what he was describing, but something about his description made the music in my head get slightly louder. "Every time you tried to help me or comfort me," he said, "those arms would reach around and start wrapping themselves around me. Not around you, around me. Like the thing was using you to get to me." That's why you kept pushing me away and then grabbing onto me, I said, starting to understand. I was trying to get away from it, but then I'd realized that pushing you away meant the arms could reach me easier. So I'd grab onto you to try to keep them from wrapping around me completely. But that just made it worse because then they'd tighten up. We sat in silence for several minutes, both of us trying to process what had happened. The rational part of my brain was insisting that we'd both just had bad reactions to whatever drugs had been in those brownies, that we'd experienced shared hallucinations and paranoid delusions that had seemed real at the time, but were actually just chemical reactions in our brains. But the music was still playing in my head, softer now, but still unmistakably there. And something about the way my friend described those arms made me think of the way the music had intensified whenever I got close to the bed. "Do you think it was just the drugs?" I asked. My friend stared out the kitchen window at the lake for a long time before answering. "I don't know," he said finally, "but I keep thinking about something." The bed was really shaking, wasn't it? That wasn't just me imagining it. "Yeah," I said. "It was shaking so hard, I thought it was going to break apart." "Then how do you explain that?" I didn't have an explanation. Shared hallucinations might account for us both seeing and hearing things that weren't there, but physical objects moving on their own was harder to dismiss as a drug-induced experience. We spent the rest of Sunday finishing up the cleaning, but both of us were eager to get out of there as quickly as possible. The cabin felt different in daylight. Not necessarily threatening, but definitely not welcoming. Like we'd overstayed our visit and something was politely encouraging us to leave. Before we left, I threw the remaining brownies in the trash. Whatever had been in them, however much the uncle had put in each one, it was way more than either of us could handle. I've never experimented with edibles since then, and I probably never will. The drive back to Minneapolis was quiet. We were both exhausted and shaken by what we'd experienced, and neither of us seemed to know what to say about it. How do you process a night like that? How do you file away memories of phantom arms and beds that shake themselves and music that plays inside your head? My friend ended up selling the cabin 6 months later. He said he couldn't afford to maintain it, but I think the real reason was that neither of us wanted to go back there. Too many questions, too many things that didn't make sense in the light of day. The music in my head faded gradually over the following weeks, getting quieter and less intrusive, until I could almost convince myself it had never been there at all. But it never completely disappeared. Even now, 2 years later, if I'm in a completely quiet room and I listen carefully, I can still hear it playing softly in the background. Sometimes, I wonder if the uncle heard it too. If that's why he'd been living alone in that remote cabin, surrounded by trees and silence, trying to drown out a soundtrack that no one else could hear. Maybe the brownies weren't recreational for him. Maybe they were medicinal, a way to turn up the volume on the music until it was loud enough to mask whatever else was playing in his head. Or maybe the music was something else entirely. Maybe it was connected to that thing my friend saw, the shadow with arms that bent wrong and wrapped around people like vines or cables. Maybe the music was how it communicated, how it found its way into your thoughts and made itself at home in your brain. I don't know. I probably never will know. But I do know that I can't listen to anything from Shrek 2 anymore without feeling sick. And I know that complete silence makes me nervous in a way it never did before. And I know that sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I can still hear that beautiful, impossible music playing somewhere behind my eyes, still composing new melodies, still creating soundtracks for thoughts and dreams that aren't quite my own. I've learned to live with it mostly, but I still wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed at that cabin longer. If we'd eaten more of those brownies, if my friend had been awake to see whether those shadow arms ever actually finished wrapping themselves around him. I'm glad I don't know the answer to that question. But part of me, The part that still hears the music suspects I'm going to find out eventually anyway. Story 7. I've been living in apartments in the city for the past 3 years now, but sometimes when I'm lying in bed late at night and everything's quiet, I swear I can still hear it. That soft, rhythmic creaking sound that used to drift down from the upstairs of that little rental house in Kentucky. It's crazy because I know it's not really there, but part of me actually misses it, which probably makes me sound insane. But after everything that happened in that house, the silence here feels almost too empty. The house was nothing special to look at, just a small 2-story place on about an acre of land outside Bardstown, surrounded by tobacco fields and the kind of rolling hills that make Kentucky postcards. I'd found it through a Craigslist ad when I needed to move out of Louisville fast because of a job change, and the rent was cheap enough that I could afford it on my new salary. The landlord was an older guy who lived in Florida most of the year and just wanted someone reliable to keep an eye on the place. It was definitely a step down from city living. No cable internet, spotty cell service, and the nearest grocery store was 20 minutes away. But it was peaceful in a way I wasn't used to. The kind of quiet where you could actually hear yourself think, where the biggest noise was usually just the wind moving through the cornstalks in the field next door. The house itself was probably built in the 1970s with that brown wood paneling and olive green carpet that screamed, "We decorated this once and never changed anything." Downstairs was a living room, kitchen and bathroom, and upstairs were 2 bedrooms connected by a narrow hallway. The previous tenant had left behind some furniture, a couch, a kitchen table, and a twin bed in the smaller bedroom that the landlord said I could use as a guest room if I wanted. I'd been living there for about 2 months when I first heard the rocking chair. It was a Sunday afternoon in late September, and I was downstairs watching TV when I heard this soft, rhythmic creaking coming from somewhere above me. At first I thought it might be the house settling, or maybe a tree branch rubbing against the roof in the wind. But as I listened more carefully, I realized it was too regular, too deliberate to be random settling noises. It sounded exactly like someone sitting in a rocking chair, slowly rocking back and forth. The same steady rhythm, the same pause at each end of the motion, the same soft creak as the rockers moved across the floor. I turned down the TV and listened for several minutes. The sound was definitely coming from upstairs, probably from the guest bedroom based on the location. But I didn't own a rocking chair, and there definitely wasn't one in either of the upstairs rooms. I went up to investigate, checking both bedrooms carefully. The guest room had just the twin bed, a small dresser, and some empty boxes I hadn't unpacked yet. The master bedroom had my bed, my clothes, and nothing else. No rocking chair, no furniture that could make that kind of sound, and no obvious source for the creaking I'd been hearing. But as soon as I went back downstairs and turned the TV up again, the creaking started up again. Same rhythm, same location. Like someone had waited politely for me to finish my inspection before resuming their rocking. This became a regular thing over the next few weeks. Almost every day, usually in the afternoon or early evening, I'd hear that rocking chair creaking away upstairs. I got into the habit of going up to check whenever it started, but I never found anything that could explain the sound. And it would always stop the moment I reached the top of the stairs, like whoever was doing the rocking knew I was coming. I mentioned it to my landlord when he called to check on the house, thinking maybe there was some structural issue I didn't know about. "Oh, that," he said when I described the sound. "Yeah, the last tenant mentioned hearing something like that too. I had a contractor come out and look at the floor joists, but he didn't find anything wrong. Old houses make noise, you know, especially when the temperature changes." But this wasn't random creaking from temperature changes. This was deliberate, rhythmic, purposeful. Someone or something was rocking in a chair that didn't exist. The situation got more complicated when my sister asked if her kids could stay with me for a weekend in October. She was going through a messy divorce and needed someone to watch her 3-year-old son and 5-year-old daughter while she dealt with some legal stuff. I hadn't spent much time around little kids, but I figured it would be nice to have some company for a few days. The kids seemed to like the house immediately. They ran around exploring all the rooms, playing hide and seek in the closets, and generally treating the place like their personal adventure playground. I set them up in the guest room with sleeping bags and told them they could stay up late, watching cartoons if they wanted. Everything was completely normal until Sunday morning. I was making breakfast when my nephew wandered into the kitchen, still in his pajamas, dragging his stuffed dinosaur behind him. He climbed up onto one of the kitchen chairs and looked at me with that serious expression little kids get when they're trying to figure something out. "Who's the old lady upstairs?" he asked. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "What old lady, buddy?" "The one in the rocking chair. She was there when we went to bed last night." My hands started shaking so badly I had to put down the spatula I was holding. I hadn't mentioned the rocking chair sounds to anyone, especially not to these kids. There was no way my nephew could have known about it unless he'd experienced something himself. "What did she look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My nephew shrugged. "Like a grandma. She had grey hair and a long dress. She was just sitting there rocking back and forth." "Did she say anything to you?" "No, she just smiled and kept rocking. She seemed nice." I called my niece over and asked her the same questions, but she said she hadn't seen anyone. She'd been asleep almost as soon as her head hit the pillow. But my nephew was insistent. There had been an old woman in a rocking chair in the corner of the guest room, and she'd been there for at least part of the night. That afternoon, after I'd taken the kids back to their mom, I went upstairs and examined the guest room more carefully than I'd ever done before. I was looking for any sign that someone had actually been in there, any indication that my nephew hadn't just been having a vivid dream. In the corner, where he said he'd seen the rocking chair, the carpet was worn in a small oval pattern, like something heavy had been sitting there for years and rocking back and forth. The wear pattern was subtle, but once I noticed it, it was unmistakable. Someone had definitely kept a rocking chair in that exact spot at some point. But when? The landlord had said the house had been empty for 6 months before I moved in, and the previous tenant had never mentioned anything about leaving furniture behind. Over the next few weeks, the rocking chair sounds continued, but they seemed different now. More frequent and somehow more present, like whatever was causing them was becoming more comfortable with me being there. Sometimes I'd hear the creaking in the middle of the night, soft and rhythmic, almost like a lullaby. And then other things started happening. The first time it happened, I thought I was just tired. I'd been working late and had dozed off on the living room couch while watching the news. I was in that half-asleep state where you're aware of your surroundings, but not fully conscious. When I felt the couch cushion next to me sink down like someone had just sat down. The depression in the cushion was exactly what you'd expect if a person had settled onto the couch next to me. I could feel the springs compress, could sense the shift in weight distribution. But when I opened my eyes and looked around, there was nobody there. I sat up and examined the couch cushion, and it was definitely depressed, like someone had been sitting on it. The indentation was too deep and too specific to be explained by the cushion just settling on its own. Someone with real weight and substance had been sitting right next to me. This started happening regularly whenever I fell asleep on the couch. I'd drift off watching TV, and within an hour or two, I'd feel someone sit down beside me. Always the same spot, always the same gentle settling motion, like someone was trying not to disturb my sleep. At first, it terrified me. The idea that some invisible presence was sharing my living space, sitting next to me while I was unconscious and vulnerable, made my skin crawl. But after a few weeks, I found myself getting used to it. Whoever was sitting with me never did anything threatening or disturbing. They just sat quietly, like they were keeping me company. Sometimes I'd wake up from these couch naps feeling more rested than I had in years, like I'd been sleeping under the protection of someone who genuinely cared about my well-being. But the incident that still gives me chills happened on a Saturday in November. About 4 months after I'd moved into the house, my sister had dropped the kids off for another weekend visit, and this time they'd brought more of their belongings: clothes, toys, books, and my niece's favorite stuffed rabbit that she couldn't sleep without. It was one of those well-loved toys that had been washed so many times it was more grey than white, with one ear that was shorter than the other, and button eyes that were starting to come loose. Saturday night, the kids were playing in the guest room while I made dinner downstairs. I could hear them running around, laughing, and making the kind of noise that means children are having a good time, but probably destroying everything in their path. Around 8 p.m., I went upstairs to tell them it was almost bedtime. They'd turned the guest room into what looked like a tornado had hit it. Clothes everywhere, toys scattered across the floor, and sleeping bags unrolled in random directions. My niece's stuffed rabbit was lying in the middle of the floor, where she'd apparently dropped it during whatever game they'd been playing. "Okay, guys, time to clean up and get ready for bed," I told them. They spent the next 20 minutes putting their toys away and getting into their pajamas. My niece picked up her stuffed rabbit from the floor and hugged it tight while I read them a story. Then I turned off the lights, kissed them both good night, and went downstairs to finish cleaning up the kitchen. The next morning, I woke up early and started making pancakes before the kids got up. Around 7:30, I heard them stirring upstairs, and a few minutes later, my niece came running down to the kitchen. "Thank you for tucking in my bunny," she said, giving me a hug around my legs. "What do you mean, sweetie? You put him in the little bed and covered him up with the blankets. That was really nice." I felt that familiar chill run down my spine. "I didn't tuck in your bunny," I said. "Where is he now?" My niece took my hand and led me upstairs to the guest room. There, on the twin bed that neither of the kids had slept in, was her stuffed rabbit. He was lying on the pillow with his head resting against the headboard, and the blankets were pulled up to his chin and tucked in around his sides with perfect precision. It wasn't the casual way a child might put a toy to bed. This was methodical, careful, like someone who had years of experience tucking children in and wanted to make sure the toy felt safe and comfortable. My nephew was still in his sleeping bag on the floor, rubbing his eyes and looking confused about why we were all standing around staring at the bed. "Did you put the rabbit there?" I asked him. He shook his head. "I was sleeping the whole time." I looked at my niece, who was staring at her rabbit with a mixture of wonder and confusion. "You didn't do this?" I asked her. "No," she said. "When I went to sleep, he was on the floor next to my sleeping bag. I remember because I was going to pick him up, but I was too tired." The three of us stood there looking at that perfectly tucked-in stuffed rabbit, and I felt like the air in the room had gotten thicker. Someone had been in this room during the night. Someone had seen a little girl's beloved toy lying on the floor and had taken the time to put him to bed properly, with the kind of care and attention that spoke of genuine affection. But there were only 3 people in the house, and none of us had done it. My niece didn't seem frightened by the situation. If anything, she seemed pleased that someone had taken such good care of her rabbit. But I was shaking as I made breakfast, my mind racing through every possible rational explanation and coming up empty. There was no way the rabbit had moved itself. There was no way the blankets had arranged themselves with such precision, and there was no way either of the kids could have done this without the other one seeing, since they were both sleeping in the same room. Someone else had been in that room. Someone who cared enough about a little girl's comfort to make sure her toy was properly tucked in for the night. After I took the kids back to their mom that afternoon, I sat in the living room thinking about everything that had happened over the past few months. The rocking chair sounds, the presence on the couch, the carefully tucked-in rabbit. It all pointed to the same conclusion. There was someone else living in this house with me, someone who'd been there long before I arrived, and who seemed to have accepted me as a temporary roommate rather than an intruder. The rational part of my brain kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe the previous tenant had left behind some furniture that the landlord didn't know about, and somehow I was hearing echoes of sounds that had been made months ago. Maybe the house had some kind of structural issue that created the illusion of someone sitting on the couch. Maybe I'd been sleepwalking and had tucked in the rabbit myself without remembering it. But none of those explanations felt right. The presence in the house was too consistent, too purposeful, too caring to be explained by structural problems or repressed memories. Over the next few months, I found myself settling into a comfortable routine with my invisible housemate. The rocking chair would creak away upstairs most afternoons, and I'd grown to find the sound comforting rather than frightening. When I fell asleep on the couch, I'd feel that gentle presence settle in beside me, and I'd sleep better than I had in years. Sometimes I'd even find myself talking to the empty air, telling my unseen companion about my day or asking for advice about problems I was dealing with. I never got verbal responses, but I'd often wake up the next morning with solutions to problems I'd been struggling with, like someone had been thinking them through while I slept. I started leaving small gifts around the house, flowers I'd picked from the field next door, cookies I'd baked, books I thought someone from an older generation might enjoy. They were never moved or obviously acknowledged, but the atmosphere in the house always seemed warmer and more welcoming after I'd left them out. The closest I ever came to actually seeing my housemate was one evening in late winter. I was reading in the living room when I caught a movement in my peripheral vision, something passing by the bottom of the staircase. When I looked up, I saw what might have been the edge of a long dress disappearing around the corner, the kind of modest, old-fashioned dress that women might have worn decades ago. But when I got up to investigate, there was nothing there. Just the empty hallway and the sound of that familiar creaking starting up again in the guest room upstairs. I lived in that house for almost 2 years, and over time, the presence became as much a part of my daily routine as morning coffee or evening news. She was always there, and I'd started thinking of her as she, after my nephew's description of the old lady in the rocking chair, but never intrusive, never demanding. Just a quiet, caring presence who seemed to genuinely enjoy having someone to look after. When I finally decided to move back to the city for a better job opportunity, leaving felt like abandoning a friend. I spent my last night in the house sitting on the couch, listening to the rocking chair creaking softly upstairs, trying to figure out how to say goodbye to someone I'd never actually met. The next morning, as I loaded my car with the last of my belongings, the house felt different, emptier. Not just because my furniture was gone, but because the warm, welcoming atmosphere that had made it feel like home was gone too. The presence that had shared the space with me for almost 2 years had withdrawn, leaving behind just an ordinary house with ordinary sounds. I drove away that morning with tears in my eyes, feeling like I was leaving behind the best roommate I'd ever had. Since moving to the city, I've lived in 3 different apartments, and none of them have felt like home the way that little house in Kentucky did. The silence here is harsh and empty, without the comforting sound of someone keeping me company from the room upstairs. Sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I imagine I can still hear that soft, rhythmic creaking, and for just a moment, I feel that same sense of peace and security I used to feel, knowing someone was watching over me. I miss her. I missed the gentle depression in the couch cushion when she'd sit beside me, the perfectly tucked-in toys left for visiting children, the warm sense of being cared for by someone who asked for nothing in return except the simple pleasure of having someone to look after. I don't know who she was or why she stayed in that house, but I hope whoever moves in next appreciates what a gift it is to have someone like her around. I hope they listen to the rocking chair with gratitude rather than fear, and I hope they understand that some presences in our lives are blessings, not curses. And someday, when I'm old and tired and ready to let go of this world, I hope I can find my way back to that little house in Kentucky where someone I never met taught me what it really means to feel at home. Story 8. I've never been comfortable talking about what happened the night before my uncle died, mainly because it sounds like something out of a ghost story, and I'm not really the kind of person who believes in that stuff. But it's been 4 years now, and I still can't explain what my cousin and I both saw and heard that night. Every rational explanation I've come up with falls apart when I think about the specific details, the way we both reacted at exactly the same time, and the fact that my uncle passed away less than 24 hours later. My uncle had been fighting cancer for almost 2 years, and by that October everyone knew he was losing the battle. The treatments weren't working anymore, and the doctors had basically told the family to prepare for the inevitable. He'd been staying at our house for the past month because my aunt couldn't handle taking care of him by herself, and my mom had always been the one in the family who stepped up when someone needed help. Our house was a typical older home in a working-class neighborhood, built probably in the 1950s with hardwood floors throughout and those thin walls that let you hear everything that happens in the next room. The layout was simple. Living room in the front, kitchen in the back, and a hallway down the middle with bedrooms and a bathroom on either side. My uncle was staying in the back bedroom, the one that was farthest from the street noise and closest to the bathroom he'd need to access during the night. I was home from college for the weekend, sleeping on the fold-out couch in the living room because my cousin was also staying over to help take care of his dad. My cousin was sleeping in my old bedroom, which was right across the hall from where my uncle was. My aunt was sleeping in the back bedroom with my uncle so she could monitor his breathing and help him if he needed anything during the night. By this point, my uncle was in really rough shape. He could barely get out of bed without assistance, and when he did walk, it was with a walker and only for very short distances. Most of the time, he was either sleeping or lying in bed, watching TV with the volume turned way down so he wouldn't disturb anyone else in the house. He'd lost probably 60 pounds over the course of his illness, and his voice had gotten so weak that you had to lean in close to understand what he was saying. The night it happened was a Thursday. I remember because I had to drive back to school on Friday morning and was planning to get up early to pack. I'd gone to bed around 11 p.m., but I was having trouble falling asleep because of all the usual sounds that come with having a sick person in the house. The oxygen concentrator running constantly, my aunt getting up every few hours to check on him, and the general atmosphere of tension that settles over a place when everyone knows someone is dying. I must have finally dozed off around midnight because the next thing I remember was being jolted awake by the sound of footsteps in the hallway. These weren't the quiet, careful steps of someone trying not to wake up the house. These were deliberate, heavy footsteps, like someone wearing hard-soled shoes, walking slowly and purposefully down the wooden hallway. Each step was distinct and loud, with that particular sound you get when dress shoes hit hardwood floors. I lay there on the couch for a few seconds, trying to figure out who could be walking around at that hour. My first thought was that maybe my uncle had gotten up to use the bathroom and was having trouble with his walker. But the footsteps were too steady, too strong to be coming from someone in his condition. And besides, my aunt would be helping him if he needed to get up. I checked the clock on the cable box, and it was 1:32 a.m. The footsteps continued for maybe 30 seconds, moving from the back of the house toward the front, and then they stopped somewhere near the kitchen. A few seconds later, the kitchen light came on. I could see the light spilling out into the living room where I was lying, that bright fluorescent glow that the kitchen fixture gave off. It was definitely the main ceiling light, not just someone using a flashlight or turning on the small light over the stove that my aunt sometimes used when she didn't want to wake anyone up. I sat up on the couch and listened carefully. expecting to hear cabinet doors opening, or the refrigerator running, or some other sound that would indicate someone was actually in the kitchen getting a drink or looking for something. But there was complete silence, except for the constant hum of my uncle's oxygen machine coming from the back bedroom. That's when my cousin appeared in the hallway. He came out of his bedroom looking confused and scared, wearing just his boxer shorts and a t-shirt. His hair was sticking up like he'd been sleeping hard, but his eyes were wide awake and alert. He looked toward the kitchen, then at me on the couch, then back toward the kitchen. "Did you just go get something from the kitchen?" he whispered. "No," I whispered back. "I've been on the couch this whole time." His face went completely pale, and I could see him swallow hard like his mouth had suddenly gone dry. "I heard someone walking around," he said. "Heavy footsteps, like someone wearing boots or dress shoes, and then I saw the light come on." "I heard it too," I said, and I could hear my own voice shaking slightly. We both stood there for a moment, staring down the hallway toward the kitchen. The light was still on, casting that harsh fluorescent glow that made everything look washed out and unnatural. But there were no sounds coming from that direction, no indication that anyone was actually in there. "Maybe it was Mom," my cousin suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. I knew it wasn't my mum. She was sleeping in her bedroom at the front of the house, and besides, she always wore slippers at night, which would have made a completely different sound on the hardwood floors. And my mum was about 5'2" and maybe 110 pounds. There was no way she could have made the heavy, deliberate footsteps we'd both heard. "Should we check?" I asked. Neither of us moved. We just stood there looking at each other and then back toward the kitchen, both of us knowing that we should investigate, but neither of us wanting to be the first one to walk down that hallway. The silence stretched out for what felt like several minutes. The kitchen light stayed on, but there were no sounds of movement, no signs that anyone was actually in there. It was like someone had walked to the kitchen, turned on the light, and then simply vanished. Finally, I worked up the courage to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight from the end table next to the couch, even though the hallway lights were working fine, and started walking toward the kitchen. My cousin followed a few steps behind me, and I could hear his breathing getting faster as we got closer. The kitchen was completely empty. I checked everywhere. Behind the island, in the pantry, even the small space next to the refrigerator where someone could theoretically hide. There was nobody there. The back door was locked, with the deadbolt engaged and the security chain in place. The window over the sink was closed and locked. There was no way anyone could have gotten in from outside, but someone had definitely been in that kitchen. The light was on, and both my cousin and I had heard the same footsteps walking in that direction. We'd both seen the light come on at the same time, and we'd both reacted with the same confusion and fear. "This is seriously freaking me out," my cousin said, as we stood in the empty kitchen, looking around for any explanation. I checked the light switch to make sure it was working normally. It flipped on and off exactly like it should, with no sign of electrical problems or automatic timers that might have caused it to turn on by itself. We went back to the living room and sat on the couch together, both of us too shaken up to go back to sleep right away. We talked in whispers about what we'd experienced, trying to come up with logical explanations that would make sense. Maybe the old house was settling and the sounds we thought were footsteps were actually just the wooden floors, expanding or contracting with temperature changes. Maybe there was some kind of electrical problem that had caused the kitchen light to turn on by itself. Maybe we'd both been half asleep and had imagined details that weren't really there. But none of those explanations felt right. The footsteps had been too deliberate, too rhythmic to be random house settling. The light had come on at exactly the moment the footsteps reached the kitchen area, and both of us had been fully awake and alert when it happened. There was no confusion or grogginess that might have distorted our perceptions. "Do you think it has something to do with Dad?" my cousin asked quietly. I didn't know how to answer that. My uncle was dying, and there are a lot of stories about strange things happening in houses where someone is close to death. But I'd never experienced anything like this before, and I didn't know if what we'd witnessed was somehow connected to his condition. We eventually went back to our beds, but I don't think either of us got much sleep for the rest of the night. I lay on that couch until dawn, listening for any other unusual sounds, but the house remained quiet, except for the normal nighttime noises we were used to. The next morning, we didn't mention the incident to anyone else in the family. My aunt had enough to worry about without us adding stories about mysterious footsteps and self-activating lights. And my mom had her hands full, taking care of practical arrangements and trying to keep the household running normally. But I could tell my cousin was thinking about it all day. He kept glancing toward the kitchen and the hallway, and whenever there was a quiet moment in the conversation, I could see him listening carefully for sounds that shouldn't be there. My uncle seemed about the same as he'd been for the past week, sleeping most of the time, but stable. The hospice nurse came by in the afternoon and said his vital signs were consistent with what they'd been seeing. Nobody was talking about imminent death or last days. It seemed like the situation could continue for weeks or even months. I drove back to school Friday afternoon, and everything seemed normal when I left. My uncle was awake and coherent, my aunt was managing his care, and my cousin was planning to stay through the weekend to help out. Saturday night, around 11 p.m., my mum called me in my dorm room. "Your uncle passed away about an hour ago," she said, and I could hear that she'd been crying. It had happened suddenly and peacefully. He'd been sleeping normally, with my aunt beside him in the bed, when his breathing just became slower and slower until it stopped. No struggle, no pain, just a quiet transition from sleep to death. The funeral was the following Wednesday, and afterward, when the family was back at the house cleaning up and sorting through his belongings, my cousin pulled me aside. "I keep thinking about Thursday night," he said. "The footsteps and the kitchen light." "Yeah, me too. What if it wasn't someone coming into the house?" he said. "What if it was someone leaving?" I'd been having the same thought, but I hadn't wanted to say it out loud. The timing was too perfect to be coincidental. We'd heard those deliberate heavy footsteps exactly 48 hours before my uncle died, and the way they'd moved through the house, from the back bedroom toward the front, was like someone taking a final walk through a place they were about to leave forever. Or maybe it was someone coming to get him, my cousin continued, like to let him know it was time. I don't know if I believe in things like that, but I can't deny what we both experienced. We heard the same sounds, we saw the same light, we reacted at the same moments with the same confusion and fear, and 2 days later, my uncle was gone. Over the years, I've tried to research similar experiences, looking for other stories about unusual sounds or lights in houses where someone is dying. There are actually quite a few accounts of family members hearing footsteps, voices, or seeing lights around the time of a death. Some people interpret these as visits from deceased relatives coming to guide the dying person to whatever comes next. Others see them as the dying person's spirit preparing to leave the physical world. I don't know what to make of any of it. I'm not religious, and I've never been someone who puts much stock in supernatural explanations for things. But I also can't ignore the fact that something unexplainable happened in our house that night, something that both my cousin and I witnessed independently. What bothers me most is the deliberate nature of what we heard. Those weren't random sounds or electrical malfunctions. Someone or something walked purposefully through our house, turned on a light, and then disappeared without a trace. The footsteps had intention behind them, like they belonged to someone who knew exactly where they were going and what they needed to do, and the timing still gives me chills. Exactly 2 nights before my uncle passed away, we heard what sounded like someone taking one last walk through the house where he was dying. Whether it was his spirit preparing to leave, or some other presence coming to escort him, or just a coincidence that my rational mind refuses to accept, I'll probably never know. but I do know that death changes a house in ways that are hard to explain. For months after my uncle passed away, that back bedroom felt different. Not scary or haunted exactly, but empty in a way that went beyond just the absence of furniture or personal belongings. It was like something essential had been removed from that space, something that had made it feel lived in and warm. My cousin and I have never talked about that night with anyone else in the family, but every time we see each other at holidays or family gatherings, I can tell we're both thinking about it. Sometimes one of us will mention hearing footsteps in whatever house we're visiting, and we'll exchange a look that says we're both remembering that Thursday night when we heard someone walking through our house who shouldn't have been there. I still live in that same house when I'm home from work, though I've moved into a different bedroom now. Sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I listen carefully for the sound of deliberate footsteps in the hallway. I've never heard them again, but part of me is always waiting, always wondering if someday I'll hear those same heavy, purposeful steps walking through the darkness toward whatever destination they're meant to reach. And I wonder if, when my time comes, someone will walk through my house one last time, turning on lights and saying goodbye to the place where I lived, before moving on to wherever people go when their footsteps finally fall silent. Story 9. I still get goosebumps when smoke alarms go off, even when there's an actual reason for them to be beeping. It's been 5 years since that night when my stepfather came face to face with my Uncle Joey, and I still can't fully process what happened in our house. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to explain it away, but there are too many details that don't fit any logical explanation, and too many things that happened afterward that make me think Joey never really left. My Uncle Joey died 5 years ago under circumstances that nobody in our family likes to talk about. The official cause of death was listed as suicide, but there were a lot of questions around what had led up to it. Joey had been involved in some kind of business deal that had gone very wrong, and there were rumors that he owed money to people who didn't take kindly to late payments. Whether he killed himself to escape the situation or whether someone else made that decision for him, we'll probably never know. What I do know is that Joey had always been the protector in our family. He was my mum's younger brother, built like a truck driver with long blonde hair and these piercing blue eyes that seemed to see right through people's bullshit. He'd had a rough childhood, and I think that made him extra sensitive to seeing other people get hurt, especially women and kids. He was the kind of guy who would drive 3 hours to help you move or show up at your door at 2 a.m. if you called him scared or in trouble. Joey had never liked my stepfather from the beginning. My mum started dating him about a year after Joey died, and even though Joey was gone by then, I remember thinking at the time that he would have had some strong opinions about the guy she'd chosen. My stepfather was this massive construction worker, probably 6'4" and 250 pounds of solid muscle. He'd worked on building sites his entire adult life, and his hands were like sledgehammers from years of swinging heavy tools. He was the kind of man who fixed problems with force, who settled arguments with intimidation, and who had never met a situation he couldn't dominate through sheer physical presence. At first, he seemed okay. He was nice to my mom, he helped pay bills, and he didn't cause any obvious problems around the house. But there were little things that bothered me from the start. The way he looked at me when he thought nobody was watching. The way he'd find excuses to touch my shoulder or brush against me when he passed me in the hallway. The way he'd make comments about my appearance that felt inappropriate coming from my mother's boyfriend. My mom was so happy to have someone in her life again that she either didn't notice these things or chose to ignore them. She'd been alone for a long time before she met him, struggling to raise me on her own and dealing with her grief over losing Joey. When this big, strong man came along and offered to take care of everything, I think she was just grateful to have someone who could handle the practical aspects of life that had been overwhelming her. The weird stuff started happening about 6 months after my stepfather moved in with us. It began with small things that we initially dismissed as coincidence or old house problems. The smoke alarm in the hallway would go off randomly in the middle of the night, shrieking at full volume, even though there was no smoke or fire anywhere in the house. The first few times it happened, we'd check all the batteries, test the connections, and assume it was just a malfunction. But it kept happening, always at different times, always when we were asleep or relaxing and not expecting it. The sound was incredibly jarring, that piercing electronic shriek that's designed to wake people up and get them moving fast. It would go off for maybe 30 seconds, then stop as suddenly as it had started. My stepfather got increasingly irritated by the false alarms. He'd stomp down the hallway, rip the smoke alarm off the ceiling, and examine it like he was personally offended by its malfunctioning. He replaced the batteries multiple times, checked the wiring, even installed a completely new smoke detector. But the random alarms continued. The night everything changed was a Tuesday in late November. I remember because I had a big test the next day and had been studying late, finally going to bed around midnight. My mom was working the night shift at the hospital where she'd gotten a job, so it was just my stepfather and me in the house. I'd been asleep for maybe an hour when the smoke alarm started shrieking again. This time it seemed louder than usual, more urgent, like it was screaming rather than just beeping. I could hear my stepfather cursing and stomping around in his bedroom, getting up to deal with the alarm like he'd done a dozen times before. But instead of stopping after 30 seconds like it usually did, the alarm kept going and going. For several minutes, that piercing sound filled the entire house, so loud and continuous that I couldn't understand why it wasn't stopping on its own. I heard my stepfather in the hallway, and the alarm suddenly went quiet. Then I heard him walking back to his bedroom, muttering under his breath about stupid smoke detectors and old houses, and how he was going to throw the damn thing in the trash. About 5 minutes later, the alarm started up again. This time, my stepfather's reaction was immediate and angry. I heard him storm out of his bedroom and down the hallway. There was a loud crash, like something hitting the wall hard, and then the sound of plastic breaking. He was yelling now, using language that would have gotten him kicked out of most public places. The alarm stopped, and I heard my stepfather walking back to his room. But before he could get there, it started shrieking again. That's when I heard him really lose it. He was shouting at the smoke alarm like it was a person, telling it to shut up and stay shut up, threatening to tear the whole ceiling down if necessary. There was more crashing, more sounds of destruction, and then blessed silence. I lay in my bed, listening carefully, waiting to see if the alarm would start up again. The house was completely quiet, except for the usual settling noises and the sound of my stepfather moving around in his bedroom, probably getting back into bed and hoping the problem was finally solved. Then the shrieking started again, but this time it was different. Instead of coming from the hallway where the smoke alarm was mounted, the sound seemed to be coming from his bedroom. But that was impossible. There was no smoke alarm in there, and even if there had been, he'd just destroyed the one in the hallway. I heard my stepfather getting up again, but his footsteps sounded different this time. Instead of the angry, determined stomping I'd been hearing all night, his movements were cautious and confused. He was walking slowly, like he wasn't sure what he was going to find. The alarm sound stopped abruptly, and then I heard something that made my blood run cold. My stepfather started screaming, not yelling or cursing like he'd been doing with the smoke alarm, but genuine, terrified screaming like someone who was experiencing pure panic. It was the kind of sound I'd never heard him make before, the kind of sound that came from somewhere deep and primal and completely beyond his control. The screaming continued for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped as suddenly as it had started. The house went completely silent. I lay in my bed, heart pounding, trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to get up and check on him, but a bigger part of me was terrified to leave my room. Whatever had caused him to scream like that, I wasn't sure I wanted to encounter it myself. I waited for several minutes, listening for any sound from his bedroom, but there was nothing, no movement, no talking, no indication that he was okay or that I should be concerned. Just complete, dead silence. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember was waking up to sunlight streaming through my bedroom window. It was almost 8 a.m., and I could hear normal morning sounds from the kitchen. Coffee brewing, cabinet doors closing, the usual routine of someone getting ready for the day. I got dressed and went to the kitchen, expecting to find my stepfather having breakfast and probably complaining about the smoke alarm problems from the night before. But when I walked into the kitchen, I found him sitting at the table in a way I'd never seen him before. This man, who had never shown fear or vulnerability in the entire time I'd known him, was huddled in the corner chair, as far from the doorway as he could get, while still being in the kitchen. His hands were shaking as he held his coffee cup, and his eyes were darting around the room like he was expecting something to jump out at him. "Are you okay?" I asked, and he jumped like I'd fired a gun. It took him several seconds to focus on me, and when he did, his face was pale and drawn in a way that made him look 10 years older than he had the day before. "Did you hear anything last night?" he asked, and his voice was hoarse like he'd been screaming for hours. "I heard the smoke alarm going off," I said, "and I heard you yelling at it." He nodded slowly, still looking around the room like he was checking for threats. "Anything else?" I wasn't sure how to answer that question. I'd heard him screaming, but I didn't know what had caused it, and I wasn't sure if I should bring it up. "I thought I heard you yell around 3 a.m., I said carefully. That's when he broke down completely. This huge, intimidating man who had dominated every space he entered started crying like a scared child, not just tears, but full-body sobs that shook his entire frame. And between the sobs, he kept saying the same thing over and over. "He pushed me, he pushed me, he pushed me." I stood there watching this transformation, not knowing what to say or do. I'd never seen him show any emotion beyond anger or irritation, and seeing him reduced to this terrified, sobbing state was almost as disturbing as whatever had caused it. "Who pushed you?" I finally asked. He looked up at me with eyes that were wide and bloodshot from crying. "There was a man in my room," he said between sobs. "He came through the wall. Just walked right through the wall like it wasn't even there." I felt like someone had poured ice water down my spine. "What did he look like?" My stepfather took several shaky breaths before he could answer. "Tall guy, maybe your age or a little older. Long blonde hair down to his shoulders. Blue eyes, really bright blue eyes. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt." My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The description sounded familiar, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. "What did he do?" I was lying in bed and suddenly he was just there, standing next to the bed looking down at me. I tried to sit up, but he put his hand on my chest and pushed me back down, not hard, but firm, like he was making sure I stayed put. My stepfather wiped his nose with the back of his hand and continued. Then he leaned down real close to my face and whispered something to me. What did he say? My stepfather looked directly at me for the first time since I'd entered the kitchen, and I could see absolute terror in his eyes. He said, "If you touch her the way that other guy did, I'll come back and finish this conversation." The room went completely silent. I felt like all the air had been sucked out of my lungs. Then what happened? He stood up and walked back toward the wall, but instead of walking around the bed or going to the door, he just walked straight into the wall and disappeared, like the wall was made of water or something. I stared at him, trying to process what he'd just told me. The description of the man, the protective message, the way he'd appeared and disappeared. It all pointed to something impossible. "I need to show you something," I said, and I ran to my room to get the photo album I kept on my bookshelf. I flipped through the pages until I found the picture I was looking for. A photo of Joey from about 2 years before he died, taken at a family barbecue. He was standing next to the grill, smiling at the camera, his long blonde hair catching the sunlight and his blue eyes bright and clear. I brought the photo back to the kitchen and set it on the table in front of my stepfather. His reaction was immediate and dramatic. He pushed his chair back from the table so violently that it nearly tipped over, and he started shaking his head like he was trying to deny what he was seeing. "That's him," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's the guy who was in my room." I felt like the world had shifted underneath me. "That's my Uncle Joey," I said. "He died 5 years ago." My stepfather stared at the photo for a long time, then looked up at me with a mixture of fear and confusion. "Dead people don't push you around in your bedroom," he said. "No," I agreed. "They don't." But the evidence was right there in front of us. My stepfather had described Joey perfectly, down to specific details like the color of his eyes and the length of his hair. And the message Joey had delivered was exactly the kind of thing he would have said if he'd been alive and suspected someone was mistreating me. Over the next few days, I started paying more attention to my stepfather's behavior around me. The inappropriate comments stopped completely. The casual touching disappeared. He started going out of his way to avoid being alone with me, and when we were in the same room, he kept his distance and avoided making eye contact. It was like Joey's visit had reset some boundary that I hadn't even realized was being crossed. The smoke alarm never went off randomly again. My stepfather replaced it one more time, just to be safe, but the middle of the night shrieking that had been happening for months simply stopped. The house felt different too, less tense somehow, like some kind of protective presence had settled over it. My mom came home from her night shift that morning and found my stepfather packing his belongings. "I can't stay here anymore," he told her, and no amount of questioning or pleading would change his mind. He moved out that same day, and we never saw him again. He left most of his stuff behind, including clothes and tools that must have been worth hundreds of dollars. Whatever Joey had said to him that night had scared him badly enough that he was willing to abandon everything and start over somewhere else. My mom was devastated by his sudden departure, but I was relieved. I hadn't realized how uncomfortable his presence had been making me until he was gone, and I could finally relax in my own home again. A few weeks later, I told my mom about what had happened that night. I showed her the photo and described my stepfather's reaction to it. She listened without interrupting, and when I finished, she was quiet for a long time. "Joey always said he'd look out for you," she finally said, "even after he was gone. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or spirits or whatever you want to call them, but I know that something happened in our house that night that changed everything. My stepfather, who had never been afraid of anything in his life, was so terrified by his encounter with Joey that he fled and never came back. And I know that Joey had always been fiercely protective of the people he loved. If there was a way for him to come back and make sure I was safe, even after death, it would be exactly like him to figure out how to do it. The smoke alarms in my current apartment work perfectly and never go off without reason. But sometimes, late at night when I'm lying in bed, I think I can sense that same protective presence that settled over our house after Joey's visit. Like someone is still watching out for me, still making sure I'm safe, even though I can't see them. And whenever I hear a smoke alarm go off unexpectedly, even in other people's houses or public buildings, I think of Joey and wonder if maybe he's still out there somewhere, still protecting people who need protecting, still making sure the right messages get delivered to the right people at the right time. I hope wherever he is, he knows that his visit worked, that his warning was heard and heeded, and that sometimes the people we love find ways to take care of us even after they're gone. Story 10. I've been avoiding Murdoch's feed store for the past 3 months now, driving an extra 20 minutes to the Tractor Supply in the next town over when I need stuff for my chickens. It's stupid, I know, because Murdoch's has better prices and it's right here in town, but every time I think about walking through those doors, I get this sick feeling in my stomach that makes me want to turn around and go home. The last time I was in there, something happened that I still can't explain, and it's been messing with my head ever since. I moved to this county about 5 years ago, looking for somewhere quiet to settle down after my divorce. I'd never been to this part of the state before, didn't know anyone here, and had no connection to the area beyond finding a decent house I could afford on 15 acres of mostly usable land. It was exactly what I needed. A fresh start in a place where nobody knew my history or had opinions about my failed marriage. The house came with an old chicken coop that the previous owner had built but never used, so I figured keeping chickens would be a good way to ease into rural life. I'd never raised chickens before, but how hard could it be? Get some chicks, feed them, collect eggs, and maybe learn something about self-sufficiency in the process. That's what brought me to Murdoch's feed store on a Saturday afternoon in late March. I needed chicken feed, some basic supplies, and probably some advice from people who actually knew what they were doing. Murdoch's had been around forever, according to the locals I'd talked to. One of those family businesses that had been serving farmers and hobby homesteaders for 3 generations. The store was exactly what you'd expect from a rural feed operation. Long wooden shelves stocked with bags of grain and feed, walls lined with tools and farming equipment, and that particular smell of hay and livestock supplies that seems to permeate every agricultural supply store in America. There were maybe half a dozen customers wandering around when I walked in, mostly older guys in work clothes who looked like they'd been farming longer than I'd been alive. I was examining different types of chicken feed, trying to figure out the difference between starter feed and layer pellets, when I heard someone behind me say my name. Not my actual name, but the nickname my grandfather used to call me when I was little. Well, I'll be damned. Cricket, I haven't seen you in forever. I turned around and saw an older man, probably in his 70s, with grey hair and the kind of weathered face you get from spending decades working outdoors. He was smiling at me like we were old friends, but I'd never seen him before in my life. "I'm sorry," I said. "I think you might have me confused with someone else." But even as I said it, I felt this weird chill run down my spine. Cricket was what my grandfather had called me when I was maybe 4 or 5 years old. Nobody else had ever used that nickname, not my parents, not my friends, nobody. It was just something between me and my grandfather, and he'd been dead for 15 years. The old man looked genuinely confused by my response. "Cricket, come on, it's me. We used to play together all the time when you were little, down on Maple Street, remember? You lived in that little blue house with the big oak tree in the front yard." My heart started beating faster. I'd lived in a blue house with an oak tree when I was little, but that was 3 states away from here. There was no way this stranger could know that. "I think you have me mixed up with someone else," I said again, but my voice was shaking now. The man stepped closer, and I could see he was studying my face carefully, like he was trying to reconcile what he remembered with what he was seeing. "You had that little red wagon," he continued. "The one with the dented sides where you'd crashed it into the mailbox post. You used to pull it all around the neighborhood, collecting rocks and bottle caps and whatever else caught your attention." The bottom dropped out of my stomach. I had owned a red wagon as a child, and yes, it had dented sides from where I'd run it into our mailbox post when I was 6 years old. But this was impossible. I'd grown up in Ohio, and I was standing in a feed store in a completely different state, talking to a man I'd never met before. "How do you know about the wagon?" I asked, and my voice came out as barely a whisper. The old man smiled wider, apparently pleased that I was finally remembering our supposed shared history. Because I helped you fix it, remember? After you bent the wheel when you hit that mailbox? We took it to my garage and straightened it out with a hammer. You were so upset because you thought your mom was going to be mad, but we got it working good as new. I felt like I was going to throw up. Not only did this man know about my childhood wagon and the accident with the mailbox, but he knew about the bent wheel and how it had been repaired. Those were details I'd forgotten myself until he mentioned them. Memories that came flooding back as soon as he described them. "I need to go," I said, backing away from him. But the old man followed me, still talking like we were having a perfectly normal conversation between old friends. "Your grandfather used to bring you by my place all the time," he said. "Nice old fella. He taught you how to whittle, didn't he? You made that little wooden bird that you were so proud of." I stopped, backing away. The wooden bird was something I'd completely forgotten about. A crude carving I'd made when I was maybe 7 years old, under my grandfather's patient instruction. I'd thought it was the most beautiful thing in the world at the time, even though it barely resembled a bird. My grandfather had praised it like it was a masterpiece and helped me sand it smooth. "Who are you?" I asked. "Just an old neighbor," the man said. "Though I guess we haven't been neighbors for a long time now." "I was sorry to hear about your grandfather passing. He was a good man." The room started spinning. This stranger not only knew intimate details about my childhood that nobody else could possibly know, but he also knew that my grandfather had died. My grandfather had never lived in this state, had never even visited here as far as I knew, and I certainly had never lived here as a child. "I didn't grow up here," I said, more to myself than to him. "I moved here 5 years ago. I'd never been to this county before in my life." The old man looked confused again, tilting his head like he was trying to understand what I was saying. "Sure you did. You lived right down on Maple Street until you were maybe 8 or 9. Then your family moved away, and I never saw you again until today, though I guess you've grown up quite a bit since then." He chuckled like he'd made a joke, but I was too terrified to find anything funny about the situation. "There is no Maple Street here," I said. "I checked all the street names when I was looking for a house. I would have remembered." "Course there is," the man said. "It's right down by the old elementary school. Though I suppose they might have changed the name since you were little. Towns do that sometimes." I pulled out my phone with shaking hands and opened the Maps app, searching for any street in the area with Maple in the name. There was nothing. No Maple Street, no Maple Avenue, no Maple Road. And there was no elementary school in the location he was describing. "I have to go," I said, and I started walking quickly toward the front of the store. The old man called after me. "Well, it was good seeing you again, Cricket. Don't be a stranger now. Maybe next time you can tell me what you've been up to all these years." I didn't respond. I just kept walking, past the shelves of feed and supplies, past the other customers who were going about their normal Saturday shopping, past the cashier who looked up from her magazine to give me a curious glance as I hurried by without buying anything. I made it to my car before I started shaking uncontrollably. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition, and when I finally got the engine started, I had to sit there for several minutes, just breathing deeply and trying to calm down enough to drive safely. What I'd just experienced was impossible. This man knew things about my childhood that only my family could know. Not just general things that he might have guessed or overheard, but specific details that existed only in my memories and the memories of people who had been there. The red wagon with the dented sides, the bent wheel from the mailbox accident, the wooden bird I'd carved with my grandfather. These weren't stories I'd ever told anyone, weren't details that were written down anywhere or documented in any way. They existed only in my head, and now apparently in the head of a complete stranger in a place I'd never lived. I drove home in a daze, trying to come up with rational explanations for what had happened. Maybe the old man really had known someone else named Cricket who'd had similar childhood experiences. Maybe it was just an incredible coincidence that his memories matched mine so closely. Maybe I was misremembering details of my own childhood, somehow confusing them with stories I'd heard or places I'd visited. But none of these explanations felt right. The man's memories were too specific, too accurate, too perfectly aligned with my own experiences. And the way he'd talked about my grandfather with genuine affection and familiarity made it clear that he wasn't just making things up or confusing me with someone else. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessing over the encounter. I called my mother and asked her about our old neighborhood in Ohio, trying to see if there were any connections I'd missed. Had we ever visited this area when I was little? Had my grandfather known anyone here? Had there been any reason for my childhood details to be known by someone in this county? The answers were all no. My mother was certain we'd never been to this part of the state when I was growing up. My grandfather had lived his entire life within 50 miles of where he was born, and that was nowhere near here. There was no logical explanation for how this stranger could know such intimate details about my childhood. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd lie awake at night thinking about the way the old man had looked at me with such genuine recognition and warmth. He hadn't been trying to scare me or fool me. He really believed he knew me, really believed we had a shared history, and somehow impossibly he did know me. He knew things about me that he shouldn't have been able to know. A week after the incident, I drove back to Murdoch's feed store, not to shop, but to see if I could find the old man again and somehow get answers to the questions that were keeping me awake at night. Maybe if I talked to him again, I could figure out how he knew what he knew. But he wasn't there. I walked through the entire store, checking every aisle, looking at every customer. I asked the cashier if she knew who I was talking about, describing the gray-haired man in his 70s who'd been there the previous Saturday. "Doesn't ring a bell," she said, "but we get a lot of folks through here." Maybe he was just passing through. I went back several more times over the next month, always hoping to run into him again, but I never saw him. It was like he'd appeared just long enough to turn my world upside down, then vanished as mysteriously as he'd arrived. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that something supernatural had happened in that feed store. The old man's knowledge of my childhood wasn't just unlikely. It was impossible through any normal means, which meant that either I was losing my mind or there were forces at work that I didn't understand. I started researching the history of the area where I now lived, looking for any connections to my grandfather or my childhood. I spent hours at the local library, going through old newspapers and historical records, trying to find some explanation for what I'd experienced. What I found made everything even more confusing. There had been a Maple Street in the town, exactly where the old man had said it was, but it had been renamed Elm Street in 1992, about 15 years before I'd moved to the area. And there had been an elementary school in that location, but it had been torn down in the late 80s and replaced with a small shopping center. So the old man's descriptions of the area were accurate, but they were accurate for a time period that was before I'd ever lived here. He was remembering a version of the town that had existed decades ago, when I would have been a child. But I hadn't been a child here. I'd been a child 3 states away. Unless somehow, in some way that defied everything I understood about reality, I had been here. Some version of me had lived on the old Maple Street, had played with that red wagon, had been friends with the old man who remembered me so clearly. The thought was terrifying and impossible, but I couldn't shake it. What if there were multiple versions of reality? What if somewhere, somehow, there was a version of my childhood that had played out differently, in a different place, with different people? And what if the old man had somehow retained memories from that other reality? I know how crazy that sounds. I know it's the kind of thinking that gets people locked up in psychiatric wards. but I can't come up with any other explanation that accounts for all the facts. The old man knew things he couldn't have known through any normal means. His memories of the town's geography matched the historical record perfectly, and his recognition of me was so genuine and complete that it felt like he really had known me as a child. 3 months have passed since that day at the feed store, and I still don't have answers. I've avoided going back, partly because I'm afraid of running into him again, and partly because I'm afraid of not running into him. I don't know which would be worse, having to face more impossible questions or never getting the chance to ask them. Sometimes I lie awake at night thinking about my grandfather. He died when I was 22, peacefully in his sleep after a long illness. We'd been close when I was little, but like most kids, I'd grown away from him as I got older and became more interested in friends and school and my own life. I hadn't spent much time with him in the years before he died, and I'd always felt guilty about that. What if he'd found a way to reach out to me through that old man? What if somehow, from wherever he was, he'd arranged for someone who remembered him fondly to let me know that those childhood memories were still alive somewhere, still cherished by someone who had cared about both of us? It sounds impossible, but so does everything else about that encounter, and there was something about the way the old man talked about my grandfather with such genuine affection and respect that made me feel like I was hearing from someone who had really known him, really valued their friendship. I've been thinking about going back to the feed store, not to shop, but to see if the old man is there again, to ask him more about my grandfather, about the neighborhood he remembers, about the version of my childhood that exists in his memories, but not in mine. Maybe he has stories about my grandfather that I never heard. Maybe he has answers to questions I didn't know I wanted to ask. Or maybe he was never real at all. Maybe he was some kind of manifestation of my own subconscious, a way for my mind to process grief and regret about my relationship with my grandfather. Maybe the whole encounter was some kind of stress-induced hallucination brought on by the isolation of living alone in a new place. But I don't think so. The details were too specific, too accurate, too impossible for me to have invented them. The old man was real, and his memories were real, even if I can't explain how or why. Yesterday I was at the grocery store when I heard someone behind me humming a tune that my grandfather used to whistle while he worked in his garden. It was such a specific melody, not a song you'd hear on the radio, but something he'd made up himself. I turned around to see who was humming it, but there was nobody there, just empty space and the sound of a tune that shouldn't exist in anyone else's memory. I think my grandfather's trying to tell me something. I think he's found ways to let me know that he's still around somehow, still watching over me, still connected to the person I used to be when I was small enough to be called Cricket and young enough to think a wooden bird was a masterpiece. Maybe the old man at the feed store was part of that message. Maybe he was carrying memories that belonged to my grandfather, memories of a version of my childhood where they were neighbors and friends. Maybe that's how love works after death. It finds ways to survive in the hearts and minds of people who remember, people who carry pieces of us forward, even when we're gone. I don't know. I may never know. But I do know that tomorrow I'm going back to Murdoch's feed store. I need chicken feed anyway, and maybe, just maybe, I'll hear someone call out Cricket from behind the shelves of grain and supplies. And if I do, this time, I'm not running away. Story 11. I still can't sleep outside under a clear sky, and it's been 8 years since that night at my uncle's farm. Even thinking about it now makes my chest feel tight, like there's something extra beating in there alongside my regular heartbeat. Most people would think I'm crazy if I told them what really happened, but I know what I experienced, and I know it changed something fundamental about who I am and how I see the world. I was 20 years old that summer, between my sophomore and junior years of college, and I'd been helping my uncle with his farm work to earn some money for the upcoming semester. The farm was in rural Nebraska, about 40 miles from the nearest town of any size, surrounded by cornfields and pasture land that stretched to the horizon in every direction. My uncle raised cattle and grew corn and soybeans on about 800 acres that had been in our family for 3 generations. The farmhouse was small and old, built back in the 1930s with just 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. My uncle lived alone since my aunt had passed away a few years earlier, and he'd offered to let me stay in the spare bedroom while I worked for him. But the room was tiny and stuffy, with a window that faced east and let in blazing sunlight starting at about 5 a.m. every morning. After a week of being woken up at dawn every day, I decided I'd rather sleep outside where I could get a few extra hours of rest. My uncle thought I was nuts for wanting to sleep on the ground when there was a perfectly good bed inside, but he didn't really care what I did as long as I showed up for work on time. The area behind the barn was perfect for camping. Far enough from the house that the porch light didn't bother me, but close enough that I could get inside quickly if the weather turned bad. I'd been sleeping out there for about 2 weeks with no problems. The weather had been perfect, clear and warm, with just enough breeze to keep the mosquitoes from being too annoying. I had a decent sleeping bag, a small camp pillow, and a backpack with my personal stuff. It was actually pretty nice, lying there, looking up at more stars than you could ever see in town, listening to the sounds of the farm settling down for the night. The night it happened was a Tuesday in mid-July. I remember because we'd spent the day fixing fence posts, and my uncle had mentioned that the cattle prices were being announced on Wednesday, and he was hoping for good news. It had been hot and humid all day, the kind of oppressive heat that makes everything stick to your skin. But by 10 p.m. it had cooled down enough that being outside felt comfortable. I'd laid out my sleeping bag in the same spot I'd been using for the past 2 weeks, maybe 30 feet behind the barn in a flat area where the grass wasn't too long. The barn blocked most of the light from the house, and I had a clear view of the sky from horizon to horizon. The stars were incredible that night, clearer and brighter than I'd ever seen them, like someone had polished each one individually. I must have fallen asleep around 10:30, because I remember looking at my watch and thinking I should probably try to get some rest since we had another long day of farm work ahead of us. The sounds of the farm at night had become familiar over the past few weeks. Crickets chirping in the grass, cattle moving around and occasionally lowing in the distance, the wind rustling through the corn stalks in the field beyond the pasture. What woke me up was the silence. Not just quiet, but complete, absolute silence, like someone had turned off the sound for the entire world. The crickets stopped chirping in mid-chirp. The cattle went completely silent. Even the constant background whisper of wind through the cornstalks just stopped. I opened my eyes and found myself staring up at the same star-filled sky, but something felt wrong. The air was perfectly still, not even the slightest breeze, and the temperature seemed to have dropped at least 10 degrees. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the suddenly cold air. That's when I noticed the light. It started as just a faint glow on the horizon to my left, so dim that at first I thought it might be car headlights on the distant county road. But as I watched, the glow got brighter and started pulsing with a steady rhythm, like a giant heartbeat made of light. The color was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a pale blue that seemed to have depth to it, like looking into deep water with light shining up from the bottom. Each pulse was perfectly timed, maybe 1 beat every 2 seconds, and with each pulse the light got brighter and covered more of the sky. I tried to sit up to get a better look, but my body wouldn't respond. Not like I was paralyzed exactly, more like my brain had forgotten how to send signals to my muscles. I could move my eyes and I could breathe, but everything from my neck down felt disconnected, like it belonged to someone else. The pulsing light was getting closer now, or maybe bigger. I couldn't tell which. Each pulse filled more of the sky above me, and I started to hear a sound that wasn't really a sound. It was more like a vibration that I felt in my bones rather than heard with my ears, a low-frequency hum that seemed to be coming from everywhere at once. That's when the smell hit me. It was sharp and metallic, like the smell you get when electrical wires short out, but with an undertone of something organic and wet. Like ozone mixed with the smell of a basement after heavy rain. The odor was so strong, it made my eyes water, and I had to concentrate on breathing through my mouth to avoid gagging. I was still lying on my back, still unable to move anything below my neck, when the world around me suddenly changed. 1 second I was staring up at the pulsing blue light against the star-filled sky, and the next second I was somewhere else. I was still lying down, but instead of grass beneath me, I was on some kind of surface that felt smooth and slightly warm, like polished metal that had been sitting in sunlight. The space around me was enclosed, but the walls weren't solid. They moved and shifted like water, rippling and flowing in patterns that made my eyes hurt to look at directly. The lighting inside this space was the same pale blue as the pulsing light I'd seen outside, but constant rather than rhythmic. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, or maybe from the air. I couldn't identify a specific source. The entire space had a dreamlike quality, like being inside a soap bubble that was the size of a small room. That's when I saw them. There were 3 figures standing around me, positioned at different points so I could see them all without moving my head. They were roughly human-shaped, but wrong in ways that made my brain struggle to process what I was looking at. Their skin wasn't a single color, but shifted constantly, like gasoline floating on water in sunlight. Blues and greens and purples flowed across their bodies in slow waves, never staying the same shade for more than a few seconds. They were tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and thin in a way that didn't look healthy, like someone had stretched normal human proportions until they were just barely recognizable. But their faces were the worst part. They looked like someone had tried to make human faces from memory, but had gotten the details slightly wrong. The eyes were too large and too far apart. The noses were too small and positioned too high. The mouths were the right shape, but moved in ways that didn't match any expression I'd ever seen on a human face. It was like looking at mannequins that were trying too hard to look human, and failing in ways that made my skin crawl. They didn't speak, at least not with their mouths, but I could feel them inside my head. Not like hearing voices, but like having someone else's thoughts suddenly appear in my brain alongside my own. The sensation was invasive and uncomfortable, like mental fingers rifling through my memories without permission. I could feel them examining my thoughts, flipping through my experiences like someone browsing through a deck of cards. Childhood memories, school experiences, conversations with friends, private moments I'd never shared with anyone. All of it was suddenly accessible to these things, laid out for their inspection like files in a cabinet. The violation was almost unbearable. They weren't just looking at my memories, they were handling them, examining them from different angles, making connections between events that I'd never noticed myself. I felt like my entire identity was being catalogued and filed away for some purpose I couldn't understand. Through all of this, I still couldn't move. My body remained completely unresponsive, while my mind was being dissected by these creatures. I tried to scream, tried to fight, tried to do anything to stop what was happening, but I was trapped inside my own paralyzed body while strangers invaded my thoughts. The process seemed to go on for hours, though time felt strange in that place. Sometimes it felt like only minutes had passed, and sometimes it felt like I'd been there for days. The creatures never spoke to me directly, never acknowledged my consciousness beyond what they needed to access my memories. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The sensation of mental invasion ceased. The creatures stepped back from where I was lying, their color-shifting skin rippling with what might have been satisfaction. One of them, I couldn't tell if it was male or female or something else entirely, leaned over me and looked directly into my eyes. For just a moment, I felt a different kind of mental contact. Not the invasive rifling through my memories, but something more like communication. Without words or images, I understood that they were finished with me, that I was being returned to where I belonged. The next thing I knew, I was lying on my back in the grass behind my uncle's barn, staring up at a normal night sky filled with normal stars. The pulsing blue light was gone, the strange smell had disappeared, and the sounds of the farm had returned. Crickets chirping, cattle moving around in the distance, wind rustling through the corn. I tried to sit up and found that I could move again. My body responded normally, though I felt weak and shaky, like I'd been lying still for a very long time. When I checked my watch, it was 5:20 a.m. I'd been unconscious or missing or whatever had happened to me for almost 7 hours. My sleeping bag and the grass around me were soaked with dew, the heavy kind of moisture you get during humid summer nights when the temperature drops significantly. My clothes were damp, my hair was wet, and there were water droplets covering my backpack and everything else I'd left outside. But here's the thing that still bothers me. There was way too much dew for the amount of time that had passed and the weather conditions that night. It was like I'd been lying there for days instead of hours, or like I'd been somewhere else entirely, and then returned to a spot that had been accumulating moisture much longer than should have been possible. I gathered up my stuff and went into the house, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Had I sleepwalked? Had I had some kind of medical episode that caused hallucinations and memory gaps? But the experience had been too vivid, too detailed, too consistent to be a dream. And I'd never had any history of sleepwalking or medical problems that could explain what I'd experienced. My uncle was already up making coffee when I came inside, getting ready for another day of farm work. He took one look at me and asked if I was feeling okay. "You look like hell," he said. "Did something happen out there?" I didn't know how to answer that question. How do you tell someone that you think you were abducted by creatures with color-changing skin who spent hours going through your memories like they were reading a book? "I think I had some kind of weird dream," I said, which was true enough, even if it didn't begin to explain what had really happened. My uncle nodded and poured me a cup of coffee. "Sometimes sleeping outside can give you strange dreams," he said. "All that open sky and quiet can mess with your head if you're not used to it." I worked the rest of that day in a daze, going through the motions of fixing fence and checking cattle, while my mind kept returning to those few hours I couldn't fully remember or explain. Everything felt different somehow, like I was seeing the world through eyes that had been changed by the experience. That night, I moved back into the spare bedroom. I told my uncle that the mosquitoes were getting too bad for outdoor sleeping, but the real reason was that I was terrified of what might happen if I slept outside again. I finished out the summer working on the farm, but I never slept outside again, and I never told anyone the full story of what had happened that night. When I got back to college in the fall, I threw myself into my studies and tried to forget about the experience. But it's impossible to forget something that fundamental changes how you see yourself and your place in the world. The worst part isn't the memory of being paralyzed or having my thoughts invaded. The worst part is what's been happening ever since. Sometimes, usually late at night when I'm lying in bed trying to fall asleep, I feel something in my chest that doesn't belong there. It's like a second heartbeat, but the rhythm is slightly different from my own. Sometimes it matches my pulse exactly, but other times it beats independently, creating this weird syncopated pattern that makes me feel like there's something else inside my body. I've been to doctors about it. I've had EKGs and chest x-rays and blood tests. Everything comes back normal. My heart is healthy, my circulation is fine. There's no medical explanation for what I'm feeling. but I know it's connected to that night on the farm. Whatever those creatures did to me, whatever they were looking for in my memories, they left something behind, some kind of mark or signal or connection that I can't understand or get rid of. Sometimes I wonder if they're still watching me, still monitoring whatever it is they planted inside me. Sometimes I look up at clear night skies and feel like something is looking back, like there are eyes among the stars that recognize me as someone they've catalogued and filed away. I've never seen that pulsing blue light again, never experienced anything as dramatic as that night behind the barn. But I know I'm different now. I know there's something inside me that wasn't there before. Something that beats with its own rhythm and connects me to experiences I can't fully remember or understand. 8 years have passed, and I still can't sleep outside under open sky. Even camping with friends makes me nervous in ways I can't explain to them. I find excuses to sleep in the car or in a cabin, anywhere with walls and a roof between me and the infinite darkness above, because part of me is afraid they'll come back. Part of me is afraid they never really left, and part of me, the part that feels that extra heartbeat in my chest, knows that whatever they did to me that night is still happening, still connecting me to something vast and strange and completely beyond my understanding. I just felt it again, that second pulse that doesn't belong to me. It's getting stronger. Story 12. I still avoid that bus stop on PCH whenever I can, even though it's been over a year since that night in Huntington Beach. I know it sounds stupid. It's just a regular bus stop, nothing special about it, just a bench and a flickering streetlight like 1,000 others along the coast. But every time I have to walk past there after dark, I get this sick feeling in my stomach and find myself scanning the area for someone who shouldn't be there. Someone who might be staring at me with eyes that catch the light in ways that don't make sense. It was last summer, mid-July, one of those oppressively humid nights that we sometimes get in Southern California when the marine layer rolls in but doesn't actually cool anything down. The air was thick and sticky, the kind of weather that makes your clothes cling to your skin and every breath feel like you're drinking soup. I'd been working late at the restaurant where I waited tables, and it was almost 11 p.m. by the time I finished cleaning up and got out of there. My car was in the shop that week, something expensive involving the transmission that I couldn't afford to fix right away. So I'd been taking the bus to and from work. The route wasn't bad during the day, but the late-night service was spotty and unreliable. Sometimes the bus would show up on time, sometimes it would be 20 minutes late, and sometimes it just wouldn't come at all, and I'd have to call someone for a ride or walk the 3 miles home. The bus stop was on Pacific Coast Highway, right across from the beach, in one of those stretches where there's not much around except a couple of convenience stores and some apartment complexes set back from the road. During the day, it was busy with beachgoers and tourists, but at night it was mostly empty except for the occasional late shift worker like me waiting for public transportation. The streetlight above the bus stop had been acting up for weeks. Instead of providing steady illumination, it flickered constantly, cycling through periods of bright light, dim light, and complete darkness every few seconds. The effect was disorienting and annoying, especially when you were trying to read the bus schedule or check the time on your phone. I'd complained to the city about it, but you know how that goes. It probably wouldn't get fixed until someone important complained or until it caused an accident. I sat down on the metal bench and checked my phone for the time. It was 11:07 p.m., and according to the posted schedule, the next bus wasn't due until 11:30. 23 minutes to wait in the humid air with that annoying flickering light making everything look like a strobe effect. The bench was still warm from the day's heat, and the metal felt sticky against my legs through my work pants. I could hear the ocean across the highway, that constant background rush of waves hitting the sand that you learn to tune out when you live near the coast. There were a few cars passing by occasionally, their headlights briefly illuminating the bus stop before disappearing into the distance. I pulled out my phone and was scrolling through social media, trying to pass the time, when I felt like someone was watching me. You know that feeling, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck that makes you look up from whatever you're doing to see if someone's staring at you? That's when I saw him. He was standing about 15 feet away from the bus stop on the other side of the bench, just far enough away that he wasn't obviously waiting for the bus, but close enough that I could see him clearly in the flickering streetlight. He looked like he was maybe a year older than me, so probably early 20s, with medium build and brown hair that was cut in a pretty normal style. Nothing fancy or unusual about it, but there was something weird about the way his hair looked in the light. When the streetlight flickered to its brightest setting, his hair appeared almost golden, like it was reflecting light in a way that didn't match the color I could see when the light was dimmer. It was like looking at someone through water, where the refraction makes things appear different than they actually are. He was wearing a white tank top and dark jeans, the kind of casual outfit you'd see on any guy hanging around the beach area on a summer night. Nothing unusual or threatening about his appearance. But he was staring directly at me with this intense focus that made my skin crawl. It wasn't an aggressive stare or anything overtly menacing. He wasn't making faces or gestures or doing anything that would make me think he was trying to scare me. He was just looking at me with complete, unwavering attention, like I was the most fascinating thing he'd ever seen. I tried to ignore him at first, looking back down at my phone and pretending to be absorbed in whatever I was reading. But I could feel his gaze on me like a physical weight, and every few seconds I'd glance up to see if he was still there. He always was, always in the exact same position, always staring with that same intense focus. The flickering streetlight made the whole scene feel surreal, like something out of a nightmare. When the light was bright, I could see him clearly. His face, his clothes, the way he was standing with his hands at his sides. When the light dimmed or went out completely, he became just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark background. But whether I could see details or not, I could always sense that he was still staring at me. After maybe 5 minutes of this, I started feeling genuinely uncomfortable. I mean, it's one thing for someone to notice you and maybe look in your direction for a few seconds. But this guy had been staring at me non-stop since I'd first noticed him, never looking away, never changing his expression, never giving any indication of why he was so fixated on me. I thought about getting up and walking to a different location, maybe waiting for the bus at the stop a few blocks down the road, but that would mean walking past him. And something about the way he was staring made me reluctant to get any closer than I already was. I also thought about calling someone, a friend or family member, who could come pick me up so I wouldn't have to wait for the bus. But it was almost 11:30 on a weeknight, and I didn't want to wake anyone up or sound paranoid about some guy who was just standing there looking at me, so I decided to try a different approach. I bent down to retie my shoe, thinking that if I broke eye contact and focused on something else for a minute, maybe he'd lose interest and move on. It was a flimsy excuse since my shoes were fine, but I figured it was better than just sitting there feeling increasingly uncomfortable. I spent maybe 30 seconds messing with my shoelaces, taking my time and trying to appear completely absorbed in what I was doing. When I sat back up and looked toward where the guy had been standing, he had turned completely around. Instead of facing me, he was now facing the opposite direction, looking toward the beach across the highway, like he was waiting for someone or something to appear from that direction. It was such a complete reversal from how he'd been positioned before that it actually startled me more than if he'd kept staring. The change was too sudden, too deliberate. People don't just spin around 180 degrees and start staring in the opposite direction unless something specific has caught their attention. But I couldn't see anything across the highway that would have drawn his focus. The beach was dark and empty, and there were no cars or people or anything else that would explain his sudden change in behavior. I stared at him for several minutes, waiting to see if he'd turn back toward me or give some indication of what had made him change positions. But he remained motionless, facing away from me with the same intense focus he'd previously directed at me, but now aimed at something I couldn't see. The whole situation felt wrong in a way I couldn't put my finger on. Normal people don't behave like this. They don't stand motionless in one spot for extended periods, staring fixedly in one direction without any apparent reason. And they don't suddenly reverse their position like someone had flipped a switch in their brain. I checked my phone again and saw that it was 11:28. The bus should be arriving any minute, and I was hoping that once it got there and other passengers showed up, the weird atmosphere would break and everything would feel normal again. Right on schedule, I saw the headlights of the approaching bus coming down PCH from the north. As it got closer, I gathered up my stuff and stood up from the bench, relieved that this uncomfortable waiting period was finally coming to an end. The bus pulled up to the stop with that characteristic hiss of air brakes, and the doors folded open. I could see there were maybe 4 or 5 other passengers already on board, normal-looking people heading home from late shifts or evening activities. But as I stepped toward the bus, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The guy was gone. I looked around quickly, scanning the entire area around the bus stop. He wasn't across the street. He wasn't behind the bench. He wasn't walking away down the sidewalk in either direction. He had simply vanished. The bus driver was looking at me expectantly, waiting for me to get on, but I was frozen in place trying to figure out what had happened to the guy who'd been standing 15 feet away just moments before. "You getting on or what?" the bus driver asked, and I could hear impatience in his voice. "Yeah, sorry," I said, climbing up the steps and fumbling for my bus pass. But instead of taking a seat, I stood near the front of the bus and looked out the windows, still trying to spot the guy somewhere in the area. The bus sat at the stop for maybe 30 seconds while the driver checked his schedule, giving me time to scan the entire visible area around the bus stop. There was nowhere he could have gone that quickly. The nearest building was at least 100 yards away, and I would have seen him walking toward it. He couldn't have crossed the highway without me noticing because there was no gap in traffic, and there was nowhere to hide. No trees, no parked cars, no structures that could conceal a person. "Excuse me," I said to the bus driver as we pulled away from the stop. "Did you see that guy in the white tank top when you pulled up? The one who was standing near the bench?" The driver looked at me in his rearview mirror with a confused expression. "What guy?" he said. "You were the only person at that stop." I didn't see anyone else. "He was right there," I insisted, standing maybe 15 feet from the bench, wearing a white tank top and jeans. The driver shook his head. "Lady, I've been driving this route for 12 years. I notice everything that happens at these stops, especially late at night when there's not much going on. There was nobody else there except you." I took a seat near the back of the bus, my mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. The driver had no reason to lie to me, and he'd been looking directly at the bus stop when he pulled up. If there had been another person standing there, he would have seen them. But I knew what I'd seen. The guy had been there for at least 15 minutes, staring at me with that intense focus, then turning around to face the opposite direction. He'd been as real and solid as anyone else I'd ever encountered. So where had he gone? Over the next few days, I found myself thinking obsessively about that night. I replayed every detail in my mind, trying to find some explanation for what had happened that didn't involve supernatural or impossible scenarios. Maybe the flickering streetlight had created some kind of optical illusion that made me think I was seeing a person when it was actually just shadows and reflected light. Maybe I'd been more tired than I realized and had dozed off while waiting for the bus, dreaming about the staring man while thinking I was awake. But none of these explanations felt right. The experience had been too vivid, too detailed, too consistent to be dismissed as an illusion or dream. I'd been fully alert and aware throughout the entire encounter, and the guy had appeared solid and real in every way. The following week, when my car was finally fixed and I no longer needed to take the bus, I made a point of driving past that bus stop several times to see if I could spot the guy again. I never saw him, but each time I drove by, I felt that same uncomfortable sensation I'd experienced that night, like something was watching me, even though I couldn't see what it was. A month later, I was having dinner with some friends at a restaurant near the beach, and our conversation somehow turned to weird experiences and unexplained encounters. Without really planning to, I found myself telling them about the guy at the bus stop. Most of my friends reacted the way you'd expect, with skeptical questions about whether I'd been drinking or taking medication, or maybe just stressed out from work. But one of them, a girl named Sarah who'd lived in Huntington Beach her whole life, got quiet and thoughtful when I described what had happened. "What did he look like?" she asked. I described the guy in as much detail as I could remember. His approximate age and build, the white tank top and jeans, and especially the weird way his brown hair had looked almost golden in the flickering streetlight. Sarah nodded slowly, like she was processing information that made sense to her in a way it didn't to me. "There are stories," she said finally, "about that stretch of PCH. People see things there sometimes, especially late at night. Usually it's just glimpses, someone in their peripheral vision who disappears when they turn to look directly. But sometimes it's more detailed encounters like what you described." "What kind of stories?" I asked. "Different things. A woman in a long dress walking along the beach who vanishes when cars approach. A man in old-fashioned clothes standing at the bus stop who's never there when the bus arrives. Kids playing in the sand at midnight who disappear if you call out to them." I felt chills running down my arms. "Do people think it's ghosts or something?" Sarah shrugged. "Nobody knows for sure. The area has a lot of history, Native American burial grounds, old settlements that were wiped out by floods and storms, accidents and drownings over the decades. Maybe some kind of residual energy gets trapped in places where a lot of human activity has happened over long periods of time." I didn't know what to make of that explanation, but it was somehow comforting to learn that other people had experienced similar things in the same area. It meant I probably wasn't losing my mind or having some kind of psychological breakdown, but it also meant that whatever I'd encountered that night was likely to happen again, to other people in the same location. Over the following months, I made it a point to avoid that particular bus stop whenever possible. If I had to take public transportation in that area, I'd walk a few extra blocks to use a different stop. And when I drove past on PCH, I'd always glance over to see if anyone was standing there, especially late at night. Most of the time, the stop was empty or had normal-looking people waiting for buses. But occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of someone standing in that same spot where the guy had been, someone who didn't quite look right in ways I couldn't articulate. Once, driving past around midnight, I saw what looked like a woman in a long white dress standing near the bench. But when I slowed down to get a better look, there was nobody there. Another time, I spotted what appeared to be a group of teenagers sitting on the bench in the middle of the night. But when I circled back a few minutes later, the stop was completely empty. Each of these sightings lasted only a few seconds, just long enough for my brain to register that something unusual was happening before whatever I was seeing disappeared. But they were enough to convince me that the area really was different somehow, that the normal rules of reality didn't apply there the way they did everywhere else. The experience changed how I think about the world in fundamental ways. Before that night, I'd been pretty skeptical about supernatural claims and unexplained phenomena. I figured there were logical explanations for everything, and people who claimed to see ghosts or have paranormal encounters were either lying, mistaken, or dealing with psychological issues. But now I know that there are things happening around us that don't fit into neat categories of explanation. There are experiences that seem impossible but are undeniably real to the people who have them. And there are places where the boundary between what we consider normal and what we consider impossible becomes blurred in ways that are both fascinating and terrifying. I still don't know what I encountered that night at the bus stop. Maybe it was some kind of residual energy from past events, like Sarah had suggested. Maybe it was a glimpse into a parallel reality where slightly different versions of our world exist alongside our own. Maybe it was something else entirely that I don't have words or concepts to describe. What I do know is that the guy was there, that he was real in every way that mattered, and that he disappeared in a manner that defied every rule of physics and logic I thought I understood. And I know that he's probably still there, standing in that same spot on humid July nights, staring at whoever happens to be waiting for the bus with that same intense, unwavering focus that made my skin crawl. Sometimes when I'm driving past that area late at night, I slow down and look toward the bus stop, half expecting to see him again. Part of me hopes I never will, but another part of me is curious about what would happen if I encountered him a second time. Would he recognize me? Would he behave the same way, or would the interaction be different? Would I be brave enough to get out of my car and try to communicate with him, or would I drive away as fast as possible? I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to find out. But I do know that every time I pass that flickering streetlight and that empty bus stop, I remember what it felt like to be watched by someone who shouldn't exist, someone who could appear and disappear at will, someone whose brown hair caught the light like gold, and whose stare felt like it was reaching into parts of me that should have been private and protected. And I remember the bus driver's confusion when he insisted that I was the only person at the stop, even though I could still see the exact spot where the guy had been standing just moments before. That's the part that bothers me most. Not just that he was there, but that he was there and then wasn't, leaving no trace that he'd ever existed, except for my memories, and the lingering feeling that I'd witnessed something that challenged everything I thought I knew about how the world works. I just drove past there again tonight, and the streetlight is still flickering. Story 13. I still can't walk down a long driveway on a cold, clear night without instinctively looking up at the sky, scanning for shapes that don't belong there. It's been over 20 years since that Christmas Eve in 2001, but the memory is as sharp and vivid as if it happened yesterday. I was 11 years old, maybe 12, somewhere in that awkward middle school age where you're starting to think you're too old for some things, but still young enough to be absolutely terrified by others. We lived in rural southern Ohio, about 15 miles outside a town that barely qualified as a town. Our house sat at the end of a gravel driveway that was probably 300 yards long, winding through a patch of woods before opening up to the clearing where our house and barn sat. My dad worked construction, and we raised a few head of cattle and some chickens. Nothing fancy, just enough to supplement his income and give us kids some responsibility with chores. The barn was old, probably built in the 1940s, with a metal roof that my dad had installed a few years earlier to replace the original wooden shingles. It was maybe 40 feet long and 30 feet wide, painted red like every barn in Ohio, though the paint was faded and peeling in places. The barn sat about 50 yards behind the house, positioned so that you could see it clearly from the kitchen window and the back porch. Christmas Eve 2001 was one of those perfect winter nights that you see on greeting cards. Clear sky, no wind, temperature just below freezing, so everything was crisp and still. We'd been to the late service at our church in town, one of those candlelight services that goes until almost midnight. My parents, my younger sister and I were driving home in our old pickup truck, all of us tired and ready to get inside where it was warm. The church service had been longer than usual because the pastor had invited anyone who wanted to share a Christmas memory or reflection to come forward. What should have been an hour-long service stretched to almost 2 hours, and by the time we got out of there, it was 11:45 p.m. The drive home took another 20 minutes on country roads that were empty except for us. When we turned into our driveway, the headlights swept across the familiar landscape, the fence posts marking our property line, the old oak trees that had been there longer than our family had owned the land, and the wooden sign my dad had made with our family name burned into it. Everything looked exactly as it always did, peaceful and quiet in the way that rural properties are quiet, where the biggest sounds are usually just wind through the trees or cattle moving around in the pasture. We parked in front of the house, and my parents started the usual routine of getting my sister, who had fallen asleep in the truck, transferred inside without waking her up completely. I was old enough that I didn't need help getting out of the truck, so I stood in the driveway for a moment, looking up at the sky while they dealt with my sister. The stars were incredible that night, without any light pollution from towns or cities. The sky in rural Ohio can be absolutely stunning on clear nights. You could see the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a faint cloud, and individual stars were so bright and sharp they looked like someone had poked holes in black paper and shined lights through from behind. I was standing there, admiring the stars, thinking about how it was technically Christmas morning now, and wondering if my parents would let us open presents early, when I heard my dad call from the front porch. "Come on inside. It's too cold to be standing around out here." Just a minute," I called back. "I'm looking at the stars." "You can look at stars from inside where it's warm," my mom added. "Besides, Santa's not going to come if you're still awake out here." I was getting to the age where I was starting to have doubts about Santa, but I wasn't ready to give up the magic completely. So I took one more look around the sky, planning to head inside and hopefully talk my parents into letting us have hot chocolate before bed. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just movement in my peripheral vision, something darker than the sky itself sliding across the stars. I turned my head to look directly at it, and for a moment, I couldn't process what I was seeing. There was something moving above our barn, maybe 30 or 40 feet off the ground, definitely lower than the treetops that surrounded our clearing. It was dark, so dark that it seemed to absorb the starlight rather than reflect it, and it was moving slowly and silently from east to west. The shape was roughly rectangular, but stretched out, like someone had taken a van and pulled it until it was twice as long as it should be. It was completely silent. No engine noise, no whoosh of air, no mechanical sounds of any kind. Just this dark mass gliding smoothly through the air above our property. But that wasn't the strangest part. Behind this main object, there were smaller shapes moving in a line, maybe 5 or 6 of them, each one roughly the size and shape of a person, but moving in a way that didn't look like walking or running. They seemed to be floating or gliding in formation behind the larger object, maintaining perfect spacing and moving at exactly the same speed. The whole procession was moving slowly enough that I had time to really study what I was seeing. This wasn't a quick glimpse of something that might have been a bird or a plane or some other normal explanation. I watched this thing and its followers move across the sky above our barn for what felt like at least 30 seconds, maybe longer, and it was completely, absolutely silent. I've lived in rural areas my whole life, and I know what normal nighttime sounds are like. When something moves through the air, whether it's a plane, a helicopter, or even a large bird, there's always some kind of sound. Engines, rotors, wings beating something. But this procession moved through the air without making any noise at all. The silence was so complete and unnatural that it made my skin crawl. It was like watching a movie with the sound turned off, except this was happening right in front of me in real life. But then, just as the objects were about to disappear behind the tree line on the western edge of our property, I heard something that made every hair on my body stand up. Bells. Not loud bells, not like church bells or sleigh bells or anything obvious like that. These were faint, delicate sounds, like tiny wind chimes made of crystal being touched by a gentle breeze. The sound seemed to come from the direction of the moving objects, carried on the cold air like distant music. The tinkling was so soft that I almost missed it, but once I heard it, it was impossible to ignore. It was beautiful and haunting at the same time, like something you might hear in a dream or a fairy tale. But there was also something unsettling about it, something that made me feel like I was hearing something I wasn't supposed to hear. The sound lasted maybe 10 seconds, growing fainter as the objects moved away from our property. Then everything went silent again, and the dark shapes disappeared behind the trees, leaving me standing alone in our driveway, staring at empty sky. I stood there for several more seconds, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. My logical mind was already trying to come up with explanations. Maybe it had been a formation of military aircraft on some kind of training exercise. Maybe it had been some type of weather phenomenon that I didn't understand. Maybe it had been an optical illusion caused by clouds moving across the stars in a way that created the appearance of solid objects. But none of those explanations accounted for the smaller shapes moving in formation behind the main object. And none of them explained the complete silence or the sound of those distant bells. "Hey," my dad called from the front porch. "What are you doing out there?" I realized I'd been standing in the same spot for several minutes, staring up at the sky where the objects had disappeared. My parents were probably wondering if I'd fallen asleep standing up or if something was wrong. "Coming!" I called back, but I took one more look at the sky before heading toward the house. Everything was normal again. Stars, darkness, the familiar outline of our barn and the surrounding trees. Whatever I'd seen was gone, leaving no trace that it had ever been there. I walked to the front porch, and my dad held the door open for me. "See anything interesting up there?" he asked. I paused in the doorway, trying to decide whether to tell him what I'd witnessed. But how do you explain something like that to your parents? How do you describe seeing objects move silently through the sky in formation, accompanied by the sound of distant bells, without sounding like you're making up stories or having some kind of breakdown? "Just stars," I said finally. "They're really bright tonight." My dad nodded and closed the door behind us. "Clear nights like this are good for stargazing. Maybe we can get the telescope out tomorrow and take a better look." We had hot chocolate and talked about Christmas morning plans, and eventually everyone went to bed. But I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling and replaying what I'd seen over and over in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that what I'd witnessed was real. The details were too specific, too consistent, too impossible to dismiss as imagination or optical illusion. I'd seen something move across the sky above our barn, something that didn't behave like any aircraft or natural phenomenon I'd ever heard of. But I also knew that telling anyone about it would be pointless. Who would believe an 11-year-old kid claiming to have seen mysterious flying objects on Christmas Eve? My parents would probably think I was making up stories for attention, or that I'd confused some normal aircraft with something supernatural because of the late hour and the Christmas atmosphere. So I kept it to myself. Over the following weeks and months, I found myself paying more attention to the sky whenever I was outside, especially at night. I read books about aviation and meteorology, trying to find explanations for what I'd seen. I looked up information about military aircraft and experimental vehicles, thinking maybe I'd witnessed some kind of classified test flight. But nothing I found matched what I'd observed that night. Military aircraft don't move in complete silence, and they don't travel in formations with smaller objects trailing behind them like a parade. Weather phenomena don't maintain perfect geometric shapes while moving at consistent speeds across specific areas. As I got older, I started researching UFO sightings and unexplained aerial phenomena. Not because I necessarily believed in alien visitors, but because I was looking for other accounts that matched my own experience. I found plenty of stories about mysterious lights and unusual aircraft, but very few that described the kind of deliberate, organized procession I'd witnessed. The closest matches were accounts of what some people call phantom airships, silent aircraft that appear to be much larger than conventional planes and that move through the sky without making normal engine sounds. There have been reports of these kinds of sightings for over a century, dating back to before human flight was even possible. But even those accounts didn't perfectly match what I'd seen. The smaller objects moving in formation behind the main craft, the complete silence, the sound of distant bells, these details seemed unique to my experience. Now, over 20 years later, I still think about that night regularly. I'm married with kids of my own, and we live on a different property in a different state, but whenever I'm outside on a clear, cold night, I find myself scanning the sky for movement that doesn't belong there. My wife knows about what I saw that Christmas Eve, and she doesn't think I'm crazy, but she also doesn't really know what to make of it. She listens when I tell the story, and she asks thoughtful questions, but I can tell she's not sure whether to believe me or whether to think I've embellished a childhood memory over the years. Sometimes I wonder the same thing myself. Memory can be unreliable, especially childhood memories of unusual events. Maybe what I saw was less dramatic than I remember. Maybe the objects weren't as large or as clearly defined as they seem in my recollection. Maybe the silence wasn't as complete or the formation wasn't as organized, but then I remember specific details that seemed too precise to be the product of an enhanced memory. The way the main object seemed to stretch across the sky like an elongated shadow. The perfect spacing between the smaller shapes trailing behind it. The delicate sound of those bells, so faint I almost missed them, but so clear and musical when I did hear them. These details have remained consistent every time I've recalled the incident over the past 2 decades. If I were unconsciously embellishing the memory, I'd expect some variation in the details, some evolution of the story over time. But my recollection of that night has been remarkably stable. I've also had the opportunity to visit my parents' old property several times over the years, and seeing the barn and the surrounding landscape always brings the memory back with startling clarity. Standing in that same driveway, looking up at the same sky, I can almost see those dark shapes moving silently overhead again. My parents still live in that house, and sometimes when I visit, I ask them if they've ever noticed anything unusual in the sky above their property. They always say no, but my dad did mention once that the cattle sometimes act restless on certain nights, gathering in the corner of the pasture farthest from the barn and staying there until morning. He attributed this behavior to predators, coyotes or wild dogs that might be lurking around the property. But the timing of these incidents, always on clear, cold nights when the stars are brightest, makes me wonder if the cattle are reacting to something else entirely. Last month I was visiting for my mum's birthday, and I found myself standing in that same spot in the driveway where I'd been on Christmas Eve 2001. It was a clear October night, not as cold as that winter evening, but with the same kind of crystalline visibility that makes the stars look close enough to touch. I stood there for maybe 20 minutes, just watching the sky and listening to the familiar sounds of the rural night. I didn't see anything unusual, but as I was getting ready to go inside, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Very faint, so quiet I almost missed it. I heard the delicate tinkling of distant bells carried on the night breeze. I stood perfectly still, straining to hear more, but the sound faded after just a few seconds. When I looked around, everything appeared normal. The barn, the trees, the star-filled sky, all exactly as they should be. But I know what I heard, just like I know what I saw on that Christmas Eve over 20 years ago. Whatever moved across the sky above our barn that night, Whatever created that sound of distant bells in the cold air, I don't think it was a one-time occurrence. I think it's still out there, still moving through the darkness on clear, quiet nights, still following whatever route or purpose brought it over our property all those years ago. And I think sometimes it comes back.